Hello and good day, guys.
Hello, what's going on?
Not much, not much.
Are you under the impression that you live on a spinning ball, sir? Is that funny? Did I say something funny? Do I amuse you?
The question sounds funny.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, just like I said, anything is possible at this
So it's
point.
possible you live on a spinning ball. How is that possible? Because the water's
I,
laying flat. Is the water lying to me? Our bodies are water lying to me, man. Are they?
well, I don't really know. I've never been to space. I've never, you
Why do
know.
you have to go to space to see a body of water? Do you have to do that?
I don't know.
No, you can go out to the beach and go to see a body of water, can't you?
You got an accent. Like, are you from like a specific part of the United States or?
No, I'm actually calling you from Zimbabwe, Africa. You don't like my accent?
Yeah, it's pretty entertaining.
You think I'm kidding. I'm not really in Zimbabwe. I'm in the Midwest U.S. You know where Kentucky is?
Um, I guess so.
I have a lake here in Kentucky that I went to, and there's a 8.5 mile stretch of water that I went and did a test on, and I could see my buddy on the other beach 8.5 miles away. So the water isn't curving, so we do not live on a globe. End of story. What do you think about that?
Well, in a glass of water, yes, indeed, you are
Did
100
I say
completely right.
glass of water? I said 8.5 mile stretch of water.
Oh, well, I haven't personally tested that, but as far as the
I have. Why don't you go do it, man? It's fun. Get a buddy, go to the other beach. If you can see him, unless he's 60 foot tall, you don't live on a globe. But anyway,
oh
I can't stay on here much longer. Somebody else might engage you here. Go
oh
ahead.
I see. Hmm. Well, I have a question for the flat earthers.
You have a question? What's your
Go
question?
ahead. Go ahead. What's your question?
But like you gotta be really honest about it and be completely sincere.
All right.
It better be a good
Just ask
question.
your question, man. Go ahead.
It better be a
All
good
right,
question, yeah.
all right. So, what's like one argument that one glober had that you could not disprove, you could not defeat, you could not go against?
Zero, bro. All of the Glober's arguments are trash, right? They all require on the water being curving, which it is not. Okay, they require the Earth being a globe. They just have
Exactly
a
what
bunch of they just have a bunch of baseless explanations, okay, that can't be validated. Yeah, it's
I
easy.
concur with that.
Yeah, it's extremely easy to defeat a Glober in a debate because they're arguing for something that doesn't exist. They've kind of lost from the start. It's just no competition, really.
Okay. I've said this before. How I've come across the flat Earth thing. I've been in several Telegram channels where I've been reading and watching videos and um seeing pictures. So I've talked with a friend when we went to hang out. We were drinking some beer at a bar, and I told him about this so-called theory or whatever, and I showed him pictures, videos, everything, and he told me something. I was not really prepared for what he was about to tell me, but um, some of the things I really want to know about from you guys about about the flat Earth is exactly what he told me about trying to prove me that the Earth is actually a kind of a sphere. So when I told him I believe the flat could be flat, he asked me actually how um you know how could eclipses could happen, like if it's flat.
Before you answer that, DJ, I want to point out that he went right to the sky. Go ahead.
Right, so we could just debunk eclipses really quickly by proving the Earth isn't curving here on the actual Earth. Okay, so when you're looking at an eclipse, you're looking at something up in the sky. That's not the Earth. Okay, you've just been told a story about how an eclipse happens. Okay, we can debunk it very easily by proving that the Earth is not curving. Would you agree that if the water is not curving over the surface of the Earth, then whatever you're seeing when it comes to an eclipse is not caused by the curvature of the Earth?
Okay, but what causes the eclipse? The shadow that goes over the moon and completely covers
Okay,
it. What
okay,
We
what
can
so
talk
causes
about that later.
um
exactly.
yeah
Yeah, so we don't make claims about things that we can't validate. Okay, that's where your friend did. So he made a claim about something that he can't validate, right? We can invalidate that claim by just testing the surface of the Earth.
okay.
Yeah,
um
it's like you could tell me you have a cow in your garage in your house, and then I could just go check, and then if there's no cow there, right, then your explanation, or it's just you don't have any evidence for it. It's just a claim, and it requires the Earth to be a globe. Okay, and then when we go test for the curvature, it's not curving. So right, so we try not to make claims about things that we can't verify because people will ask us to verify them if we make them. Okay, so if he's claiming that what you're seeing during an eclipse is caused by the Earth being a globe, then uh, we would need evidence that the Earth is a globe.
okay. um all right.
Yeah, and
So
also look, just to add to that, right? There's also some inconsistencies with your guys' claim for how eclipses work. Okay, sometimes the shadow is upside down, right? We should see the shadow a certain way, but we see it upside down. That doesn't work on a globe. Sometimes we can see the sun and the moon both above the surface, right? Both above the horizon during the eclipse. But that also doesn't work on a globe as well. So there's some inconsistencies, but at the end of the day, it requires the Earth to be curving to make that claim. So we just I'd prefer to stick to what we can actually verify.
okay.
Yeah.
So basically, the eclipses are more like of uncertain thing. They're like phenomenon that could not be explained really.
Yeah, there could be other explanations that we don't know about, and it's not something that we can't really go up there and test exactly how that's functioning. So you would have to just believe the story about the Earth is a globe and it comes between the sun and the moon at a certain time of the year, and it's just a story that you've been told, right? That's what the globe is. It exists as a concept, a story, uh, tradition.
Okay. I have another question. about what I have read on those Telegram channels where there have been posts being made, other than measurements and calculations and everything. I've read that the term of globe, the idea of the Earth being a so-called spinning balls that you call it, right, was not a thing until like the 20th century, if I'm right.
No, you've got some bad Telegram info. I mean, the globe was conceived of in antiquity by the ancient Greeks, and like Ptolemy used latitude and longitude out of the celestial sphere for some of his ancient maps of Greece and Europe. Like he put the prime meridian in the Canary Islands today. Yeah, the idea that the globe is something that only came in the 20th century due to Rockefeller textbooks is a wild ass conspiracy claim by some flat earthers that have no idea what they're talking about.
Well, if I remember right, there's been like videos before, even before AI, like many years ago, being posted there, uh, where they ask, like in the early, in the early 20th century, they were asking people what is the shape of the Earth, and they were telling uh, different things like it's indeed flat, or it's just it's plain. um
Yeah, but
no
those are
one.
outliers, right? Those are exceptions to the norm. The globe has been widely accepted as an understanding, a way to understand the world by the majority of people, I would say, in the West for a long time. I mean,
Yeah.
flat Earth itself was such a fringe topic, even in the late 1800s, that people were writing pamphlets about it under pseudonyms for fear of being ostracized by society using their real names.
Yeah, okay. um it's somehow interesting that those people who are posting those things were implying that the idea of the globe was being like programmed into the minds of people in the early 20th century, like through different phrases and expressions, and they were using like media, television media.
Listen, like one of the most revered books on sailing and navigation was written and compiled by a man named Nathaniel Bowditch in the late 1700s, and he described Earth as a ball, as a globe.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like we've got the mainstream, like even back in the 1700s, people believed that Earth was a globe and used globe coordinates as a schema for navigation. Now, you might find pockets of people that didn't accept that, pockets of people living in small towns who didn't have access to what modern day thinking was for the age. You have historical figures that believed in a flat Earth, like the European reformers rebelling against the Catholic Church. Martin Luther, for example, Martin Luther, who is known for starting the Reformation movement. I mean, he was a flat earther, and he was going against much of the modern thought that was prevalent in the day amongst academics. This is the 1500s.
Okay, totally understand.
Yeah, like I don't have any information available to think that the majority of people thought the Earth was flat more than 100 years ago. I just don't think that's true at all.
I mean, I'm not really implying, that it was, like a 100% certain thing that like they were sure about it. It's more of a thing like they didn't really, it wasn't really important for them actually. They weren't thinking about it more like, and slowly but surely, um as the decades passed, it was, literally programmed into their minds about it, about the shape of the
I
earth.
mean, well, it's just part of popular belief, popular culture. As the world grew more and more interconnected, as education systems became standardized, people's idea of what the world is became standardized too. And I don't think that there was a conspiracy theory to brainwash people into accepting a globe against their better judgment or sentiment. I think that what has happened is almost like an urban myth. You have a popular belief in a globe, and people just accept it as something that everybody else has accepted as true, and that's just the way it was. Right? And as books started to become more popular, as people became more well read, they started to come into the same flow, into the same field of knowledge that they thought was accumulated. And but the entire time nobody's actually been able to produce a measurement. And that's why we're here. We're saying, hey, look, I mean, yeah, everybody today seems to have a unified concept of the heliocentric globe cosmology across cultures, across people. We've never seen anything like this before. And we're here to tell you that this widespread belief has no basis in reality and that the measurements have never been conducted.
All right. Um, and probably probably, just probably the last question. Um, why do like seasons happen and how? Like, um, is that, linked somehow to the shape of the earth?
Well, no, like seasons happen and we measure the earth flat. So I don't know why you'd need anything further than that.
Yoda, do you know when Jedi gets on?
I'm
No,
asking
I don't have
literally.
access to his personal calendar.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right. So, you know, um, the global explanation would be that, in winter, we're further away from the sun and, it's automatically colder. So I wondered if there's an
That's
explanation
not
of how.
true. See, you don't even understand what the heliocentric globe model is. In the heliocentric globe model, Earth is actually closer to the sun by an extra 3 million miles. Don't believe me? Look it up.
All right.
The claim is that Earth's orbit has an apogee and a perigee. You've got you've got the point that's furthest away from the sun and the point that's closest to the sun in an elliptical orbit. Now, what they say is happening is even though during our winter in the north, that even though we're closer to the sun, that our location on the earth is tilted away from the sun during the daytime, and that's why it's colder. It has to do with the tilt.
Hola.
Right, so you've got all these explanations, right? Explanations, great stories, okay? Truth is not determined by the force of an explanation, is it? If truth was determined by the force of an explanation, then we would have a bunch of people who'd be really good con artists, really good criminals, scheming everybody all the time, right? The best con artists, the best criminals have the best explanations, don't they? So how does like the court of law, how does justice see through the bullshit of an explanation? I'll tell you, it, they see through it by holding an evidentiary hearing. They see through it by asking people to put up their evidence to support their explanations. Their evidence being verifiable data. So explanations are cheap. You can have an infinite number of explanations for one observation. How do you determine which one of them is true? You need to gather evidence and data, and you need to support it. So we're here to tell you that these explanations that you believe in for the globe, right? They're just stories. What we're asking for is the evidence, the data, the measurements to back it up. Nobody can produce any. It's never been done. That's the weird part. It's 2026, and nobody's ever actually measured curvature of the Earth before. I mean, you can ask us for explanations, and we can offer explanations. And you wouldn't like our explanations because you have a cognitive bias towards the other explanations. Cognitive because you think that the globe's explanations are better or true. You think that there's more people who believe in them, and therefore that makes the globe explanations true. So we can give you explanations that may be true, and you would still reject them because of your bias. In order to get out of this terrible quagmire of offering the best explanations, the best stories, we have to go to the evidence, see what is meted out by what is discoverable and verifiable in the real world. So we look at what is claimed as evidence for the globe. We've seen so much claimed evidence, it'd make your head spin. And over time, you start to see very common faults that are common across all attempts to provide such evidence. This includes what I think is principally a reification fallacy, a concept model reification fallacy. People believe because they can explain something with a model that it has to be true. What we have submitted as evidence are models without any actual measurements in the real world to back them up. So what good is an explanatory model, right? I mean, it can serve some purpose to a limited extent, but bear in mind, just because you can model something doesn't make it true. I can show you a computer model that models the flight dynamics of Superman. That's right. I can show you a computer model of Superman flying around Manhattan, picking up victims and dropping them off to safety. I could show you the best model. And does that mean that Superman is true or real, that he can accomplish these things? No. So when it comes to benchmarking claims, when it comes to claims of the Earth, if you refer your claims back to a model instead of reality, then you're going to have a bad time, right? Because you're letting the model dictate to you what is true. The model, somebody's concept, becomes the basis for your worldview. And that's a huge problem. We say, no, 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 don't let a model become your benchmark for reality. Let nature be your benchmark. Let nature be the true reference. So we don't need models. Yes, we are capable of building some based off of our observations. But ultimately, what we require is nature to be used as the true reference of reality and not somebody's model. Like, let's say you've got 3 or 4 different models and they all seem to be true, but their causal mechanisms are different. How do you determine which one is true? Do you build yet another model to compare them with? No. You go back to nature. So what we're telling you, what we're telling everybody that comes in here is, so let's go back to nature. Let's stop this model reification madness and let's get some actual direct evidence, first order measurements of the Earth. What happens when we go there? What happens when we actually do directly measure the Earth? We can't find curvature. Nobody can. So what does that mean for the seasons? How do seasons work? Well, guess what? The fact that our measurements of the Earth debunk a globe means anybody who's holding on to the idea that seasons are caused by Earth's axial tilt and motion around the sun, they're completely wrong. Their entire cosmological worldview is absolutely 100% wrong. What does that mean for maps that are based off of a spherical coordinate reference system? Does that mean the distances between cities, the calculated distances between cities on a globe map are wrong too? Yeah, actually it does. Absent of any corrections, let me caveat that. Absent of any excessive corrections, yeah, those calculations are completely wrong. But hey, it seems to work. But how well does it work? How do you know that those map calculated distances are correct? Do you refer to a model? No, you need to actually measure them. So how would you actually measure a distance between New York and Paris without using another map, another model? Another map or a model is only going to get you calculations. So how do you measure it? You've got to do some measurements in reality. And let me tell you, nobody seems to be capable of doing that. Nobody seems to be capable of providing a direct measurement between New York and Paris. We have a map that seems to be okay, that seems to sort of work. Fine. Does that make it true? No. How about a map distance between you and your friend's house using GPS, using a spherical coordinate system? Well, over shorter distances, the difference between a flat and a curved, call it measurement, distance between something that is flat and curved around the globe is quite negligible. A 69 by 69 square on a globe, call it a square, spherical swath on a globe, is 99.77% flat, statistically. Now, it doesn't seem like a lot, but when we start to engage our senses and our ability to measure curvature, drop over distance, it actually becomes quite significant. The drop over distance and the rotation becomes significant over distance for sure. But in aggregate, like the total distance, if I were to say that the distance is 99.77% accurate, you'd say good enough, right? Like, let's say that these measurements are 99.77% accurate. Do you have enough here to differentiate between a globe or a flat Earth? No, not from linear distance measurements like that. If you're going to accept a 0.3% error margin, you're going to need something different. You need something else. So that's why we resort to laser tests. That's why we resort to long distance observations and high altitude infrared footage and everything else, because even if there's just a little bit of globe curvature over water, it's going to provide a physical obstruction. You cannot physically pass light through a solid barrier, like a mountain in this case, a mountain of water separating you and a distant object, a point of interest. Yeah. So we look for that evidence of a drop over distance with a big obstruction in the way, curvature of the Earth, we can't find it. So we can still go on and use globe coordinates and globe maps and globe everything else to get from A to B, whether airplanes are driving or just walking around. It's going to work good enough for practically everybody's purpose in their everyday lives. But does that mean it's true? No. Does that mean that makes Earth a globe? No. What doesn't make Earth a globe is the fact that when we go to measure that curvature, we can't actually find it. But people say, how do eclipses work if this is the case? Well, just as it was with seasons, you know what? I don't know. We can figure that out later. The problem is you've got this dilemma.
Yeah, if anybody has any questions about flat Earth, you guys are more than welcome to ask. It's a good time to ask. It's pretty quiet in here right now. I understand if you're a little shy, be around this many handsome people are beautiful at the same time. I know. I get it.
Someone needs an explanation of GPS. Or whoever that is with your mic up. Is that Akiri? Akiri, welcome to the chat. What's your issue with GPS? Why do you think GPS needs to be explained? We can talk about it. I'm not an expert on GPS, but I think I know a little bit about it to have a productive discussion with you, Akiri. But first, I want to find out from you, Akiri. Yes, I'm addressing you in voice chat right now. I want to find out from you why you think this needs an explanation.
He said in the side chat that he tried talking to you yesterday, that you were being disrespectful.
What?
So he might be a little scared. Oh, did he leave? Oh, no, he's right there. Okay.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard you be disrespectful to anybody.
I mean, yeah, I've lost my marbles at people that disrespect me and are come in here and are insulting and disrupt the chat. We're talking the worst of the worst trolls. I mean, I give back a little what they give me. But yeah, I mean, I'm perfectly capable of having a very calm and peaceful discussion. We can make it very productive if you want it to be. Yeah, nobody. Okay, so he says satellite orbits. He says the reason why is I've heard you say satellite orbits are fake, but GPS requires satellites. Let's talk about that. Satellite orbits are fake. Yeah, you've heard me describe that nobody's ever been able to measure a satellite orbit, let alone witness one. Right? If somebody could measure a satellite orbit, including the rotational vector of the satellite, which is to say the underbelly of the satellite must always face down towards the surface of a ball, which means the satellite has to rotate with its orbit. If somebody actually measured orbital motion of a satellite, then they might be able to prove that Earth is a globe. So I would love to see some orbital measurements. So how does GPS work on Earth if satellites aren't orbiting? Well, how does GPS work? Do you understand what GPS even claims to be? It's a radio signal, a passive beacon with timestamps, and ephemeris data. And almanac data. Your satellite GPS receiver, does all the calculations to produce a globe. Like the globe is not in the radio transmission of a GPS beacon. Right? I mean, if you start digging yourself, you could pull up raw packet data from GPS and you'll see that this is true. All it is bleeps and bloops with a timestamp and some extra data associated with it regarding where the satellite is told that it thinks it is in a coordinate reference frame. But it's not globe dependent whatsoever. We know this to be true because people use GPSs all the time on a flat local tangent plane. When people want to use refined measurements for surveying and for military targeting acquisition, they ditch the globe and they resort to a GPS delivered local tangent plane, a flat Earth. This isn't even contested. And you can pull up any coordinate reference system you want because your receiver is capable of constructing your location and calculating distances and such using any coordinate reference system from the GPS provided bleeps and bloops. You can pop up an entire flat Earth model if you had one. People are constructing all kinds of different datums out of this. There's no single like globe datum either. Like you can pull up a GPS coordinate frame that was made in the 1920s, and it doesn't match the coordinate frame that was developed in 1984, which is most commonly used. And neither of those are considered accurate when adding in the geoid model made in 1996. I got to step aside.
Some of the questions I have about satellites are, there's claims that there's no circumpolar orbits, but I observe satellites traveling directly north and directly south. And I'm close to the 45th parallel, so, pert near halfway to the pole, and they're going directly north. So what do? Change direction when they get over Canada or something? Plus, in the telemetry coordinates, they have acceleration and deceleration phases. Isn't that inconsistent with orbital mechanics? And the other thing that makes me not believe in them is university physics lab departments have asked NASA for time dilation telemetry coordinates, and they can never get them uncorrected. They're always corrected for time dilation first, so they can't run through any equations and test where these satellites actually were and the timing and the timing of the signals, because time dilation would take effect. So I find them very, very suspicious. There's definitely high altitude technology, but this satellite thing is a fairy tale.
What were you saying? Who was the one saying about satellites?
Yeah, I was talking about some of the things that I've observed and learned about that make me question their existence to be what they're purported to be. I don't believe it one bit based on just a handful of things I've seen. There's so much involved in that discussion, but I just had 3 examples that make me question their existence as they're told to us. I like the one Yoder brought up too. So the bot they're in orbit, really they don't have enough fuel to correct all the time. Every 90 minutes they're going around the ball, and they're always facing bottom down. How do they keep that orientation?
Yeah, what does FE stand for? Oh, yeah, I understand now. That's just so obvious.
Yeah. And then the ISS is the same way. It's always cupola down, right? What do they have fuel up there to correct their pitch and yaw as they're flying around the ball every 90 minutes? They don't have wind. They can't use wings. They don't have, what are they using to correct the orientation? Is the ISS in tidal lock like the moon or something? It's just all fairy tales.
Yeah.
So did Donald Trump release the alien files yet?
No, because his name's on it.
Did the aliens release the Trump files yet?
Yeah, right. That's more like.
I think it's a really fascinating point in time that we're living through. I mean, we're starting to see the veil start to lift and thin a little bit. You know, people suspected for a long time that the Western world has been lying to itself and lying to the rest of the world about damn near everything for so long. You know, and it didn't take much really for the powers that be to keep everybody firmly entranced so that they wouldn't fully wake up, you know. But the old distractions aren't working anymore. And the powers that be are getting sloppy.
Right. It's a little hard to control the media now, since it's in the hands of the average person.
You know, it's funny. I think back to all the major media disasters that have taken place over the decades. And really, the general public has gotten zero finality, zero resolution on everything going back to at least JFK. I mean, you could probably make a list of like 100 or 200 major media events that warranted justice, full investigation, and transparency. And for all of them, nothing. You know, the big one that's been part of this generation for so long now is 9/11. You know, the official story is so nonsensical and so much circumstantial evidence even surrounding that nobody has any finality or resolution on truly what exactly really freaking happened. And it doesn't seem to matter if it's on a big scale or a small scale. I mean, for our international audience out there who may be unaware, the Potomac River is the river that runs like right across Washington, D.C. It's a beautiful, big, historic river. And America now faces one of the biggest environmental disasters in its history, as billions and billions of liters of raw sewage has been dumping into it. And nobody seems to know who's responsible exactly. Nobody seems to know what exactly happened. I mean, it just happens, right? Just like a while back was a mysterious train derailment in Ohio carrying toxic materials, and the derailment caused a total overspilling of this into the water system and tables right in the heart of America's farmland. Or, you know, you've got these mysterious wildfires that keep breaking out in places. Or the mysterious drone sightings in New Jersey. Big or small, no matter what it is, nobody has a freaking clue what's really happening on anything. There's been absolutely zero real transparency, zero public effort to resolve any of these things. So everybody's just kept in this perpetual state of mystery. And there's always a lead. There's always a big break that's just waiting for us, dangling in front of our nose, just mere inches. and nobody can ever seem to reach out and grab it and take hold of it. The big lead, the big news break is just right around the corner, always. And everybody's just anticipating and waiting for it. And then it doesn't happen. And then another disaster occurs, and everybody gets distracted with that one again and again and again and again. And then there's the usual Saturday and Sunday football that gets in the way, kind of breaks things up a little bit, gives everybody a break. And then that becomes the talk for a few days or a week. And what's also kind of funny is they've created such a social stigma around the idea of questioning narratives, calling it conspiracy theory ideation and such, that everybody in polite society avoids asking questions and talking about these issues in public. It's almost like we're under a constant test to see if we're willing to discuss these things amongst ourselves openly or not. And we fail as a people every single time. Like even with the Epstein files that have come out, I don't find people discussing this openly in polite society at all, ever. The only discussions that go on are behind closed doors, privately in people's homes or on the internet where there's some semblance of anonymity. And it's like this with damn near everything, unless it's sports. Why? I guess sports is not as controversial. You can have your rivalry with your neighbors and disagreements about the game, and that's fine. But heaven forbid you bring up something else, right? Like this. All the trivial stuff, it's quite okay, socially acceptable to waste time in the office, spend 10 minutes before big meetings discussing football games. But, God forbid you discuss the state of human affairs and the cultural rot that's degrading civilization.
Yeah, it's going to become more to keep up the facade. Like eventually it crumbles. I mean, it's like a family trying to mask the truth within their wall. A home, a family. It's not so. It's not all roses, butterflies, and rainbows, right? Like they present to the public when they go to church or someone else's house, or and they all act all prim and proper. Truth is, they're nothing like that.
But the veil is thinning, though. I think people are slowly starting to wake up, and the next phase might be then breaking through the taboo and start discussing these things more openly in a public manner. And I think all along for decades, people desired and wanted to have these conversations openly, but never really thought it fit to do so. As
Right.
as we seem to descend into this madness of perfidy, I think people will start to desire to have these conversations more openly, and we're going to start seeing more of that. But unfortunately, it's going to take that. Unfortunately, it's going to take this, revelation of just how sick and twisted everything really is, how confusing, how utterly demonic, essentially, everything has been for so long. And it's kind of scary. I think maybe there's another part to this, is it's too scary. Like, people don't really want to talk about this, because very quickly, it doesn't take long to start discussing the second, third order of effects and the consequences of what's happening, what we understand at least to be happening, in order to see that things are really this bad, that we have to face a reckoning. And it's going to take breaking a lot of eggs to make it work. There's no easy path forward to fixing this mess before us. I mean, what the hell? The most powerful economy, the most powerful military on Earth seems to have been under the freaking influence of satanic PDF files for a long time. I mean, we're talking direct influence now. We're talking Jeffrey Epstein may as well be a freaking Nephilim at this point. Look at him. Look what he's been involved in. You've got heads of state asking him, begging him for an audience to get his insight, to pick his brain on geopolitical affairs. You've got the heads of major tech companies asking for his insight on, where he sees the future of civilization going technologically with its advancements in AI and even biomedical things. Like,
who was this guy? I mean, I hadn't even heard of him. 19. Epstein.
Right. You start Googling him,
never heard of
finding
it.
out he's been involved in about every damn thing that's been going on, everything that's seemingly center stage for geopolitical affairs, for Silicon Valley, for Wall Street. He's at the center of all of this. You've got people at Harvard asking him to come give lectures on things. Like, what makes him a freaking genius? I mean, is he really like a genius? You may not get that sense from his emails, obviously. Like, when you're just casually replying to emails or sending emails out to people, you're using shorthand, you're going to be very, casual, loose with your language, whatever. Doesn't matter if you have a 240 IQ or not.
But I'd like to know is who's taking over for him.
Right.
They're not doing without somebody. Somebody's taking over and doing what he did.
Yeah, the scary question is if he was this expendable, who isn't expendable? Who is absolutely indispensable next to Epstein? Nobody has a freaking clue. And what's even crazier is, with all of this happening, nobody's really talking about it. Nobody's going deep into any of this. Into, we sure fine. We get some heartfelt testimony from the victims. Your heart really reaches out to them. They've got PTSD. They're scared out of their freaking minds, and it takes a lot of bravery to do what they did. But great. Okay, so we know that Epstein was a freaking, disgusting pervert. Where's all this other shit? Where are all of these other people that are involved with him, and how come they're not talking? How come like the groundskeeper for Little St. James Island isn't talking? The guy who mowed the lawns and like washed the windows on Epstein Island, where's that guy, or the whole team of house cleaners? How come everybody's utterly freaking silent? I mean, there's some crazy power at work going on. Who is that lawyer that told Les Wexner that if you say another fucking word, if you say more than 5 words to answer this question, I'm going to fucking kill you? He whispered to Les Wexner in court.
Salut.
Yeah. So what is America really? What is this country? What even is it?
That's a $64,000 question.
We've had whistleblowers from Congress recently and congressional staffers talk about what a freaking joke Congress is, how nobody seems to take their job seriously. Everybody's high on prescription drugs all the time. Everybody's getting drunk and smashed at the Capitol Grill across the street. People are carrying on having trysts and affairs of all kinds within the halls of our government. So there's that going on, and of course they're doing their cocktail circuits, they're flying Lolita Express and all this. These are the wholly unimpressive leaders that Americans keep electing over and over to manage our country. But are they really? I don't know. Like they seriously can't be leaders.
How long do you think it'll go on for, Yoder?
I don't want to get too off topic, but there is a tie-in though to flat Earth. Absolutely. I think it's built around this broader idea that there's so much deception and delusion in this world, both sides together, creating this false cosmology, this false sense of security. I mean, there are things happening right now within the past 100 years, 200 years, that have been fundamentally different than at any other point in history when you read through antiquity. One of the main things is all this technology that surrounds us today that we depend on. The cultural layers we dig through show absolutely zero evidence that any other prior civilization has ever lived like this before in all of human history. And all of this just, boom, sprang up out of nowhere. And here we are. It's created such a sense of hubris that we think that we have everything all figured out. So we're more easily deluded by our own ideas. And, the more that you use technology, the more it may give you the false sense of you overcoming the powers of nature itself. Really, you have no idea what the hell you're using in the first place. I mean, take for example, like you've heard comedians bring this shit up. Like, take for example your damn cell phone, right? So you close a real estate deal on your cell phone with DocuSign. You have no idea. The average person has no clue how any of that back end technology, that infrastructure, digital infrastructure works. Nobody's got a complete picture of it all. And then you get in your car and drive somewhere. How many people really know how these modern engines work? Sure, some of the principles are the same from back in the 60s, but so you're using digital technology, you're using high performance computers to bridge time and space and all this. I mean, to somebody ancient, you look like a freaking wizard, but really you're just like a dope. How many people know how to do a crop rotation or to raise chickens?
I'm in the process.
Halfway joking about Jeffrey Epstein being an Nephilim, mainly because he was the center of influence for everything. You can read in ancient history how Nephilim, whatever you want to call them, were teaching ancient people and becoming the center of influence for just about everything. It's also funny, too, how when you read through history, you see many of the same names popping up again and again across different disciplines. I mean, you've got big examples like Isaac Newton, Michael Faraday, other scientists, researchers. You've got Airy, you've got Bessel, you've got Clark, you've got Gauss. Huygens, Laplace. You've got all these people, just really a handful of these people. And to them is attributed basically everything. It got entire mathematical formulas, crap, and variables named after them, constants. But it's not just there. Like you see the same thing in art or architecture. All right, you go look up. You see this beautiful building in New York City. Oh, who built that? Who built that? Well, the architect was this guy, a 23-year-old apprentice, who's also responsible for these massive infrastructure projects all over New England. He built that skyscraper and that skyscraper and that skyscraper and so on and so forth. Like it's pretty freaking funny. I mean, it's led some people to formulate something called like the great man, I don't know, hypothesis. That the great men become men of renown and do amazing things. There aren't that many people like that. The titans of industry. I mean, remember people talking about Donald Trump as the last of the great American titans. But I don't know. Look at Jeff Bezos, right? Jeff Bezos starts a company to sell you books by mail order on the internet. And less than 20 years later, starts a cloud company and wins the single largest awarded contract from the US government to any private corporation in history for doing cloud security, something that Amazon itself at all, really, if at all ever. Oh, and then goes into outer space and everything else. Like, what the hell? Or like Bill Gates, right? I mean, accused of stealing code. You ever see that movie, Pirates of Silicon Valley? The claim is that he stole code from Xerox or something and then turned it into Microsoft Windows. I might be butchering it, but that's the idea. I mean, if you want to go conspiratorial, it's like, are these people really great men? Or are they toadies? Are they patsies? Like what we were talking about, right? Did they sell their soul? Did they sell out to somebody else? You know, are there people you can cooperate with and they will help you out? Just like with Mark Zuckerberg, right? Facebook, the Facebook. Wasn't it really the Winklevoss twins that kind of put their elbow grease into building that thing? Well, Zuckerberg gets all the credit. Zuckerberg took it. Never mind, just prior to Facebook, there was the DARPA LifeLog project. And what was there before Starlink? Oh, yeah, Google Loon. Yeah, and didn't Elon Musk acquire Google Loon's balloon technology? Why, yes, he did. I think after that, he either sold off parts of it or other parts of it were spun out. There's another company called Raven and another one called Alia that are in the space industry that work off of that Google Loon technology. So then you can work right into, yeah, who's Elon Musk? I mean, right, wasn't he behind eBay, PayPal? Look at all these so-called great men. But they're not really the center of influence, right? Not when they're the ones seeking out folks in the shadows that you've never heard of before. Like TW, you're saying you'd never really even heard of Epstein before all this. You have all these famous people reaching out to folks you've never heard of in your entire life for advice and guidance and for connections. So where this ties into flat Earth, I guess, is, you know, once you understand that this world that you're dwelling in is not a spinning ball in outer space, Once you understand that the outer space vacuum, the cosmos of Carl Sagan is a gigantic myth. There are no space aliens flying around in tin cans that are coming to abduct you. You start to look at all these things in a different way. You may be tempted to go review all of human history again, start digging deep into antiquity, dig deep into philosophy and religion, and even some esoteric topics here and there. Start to understand that you live in a realm, and things may not be entirely what you thought they were all along. This very somewhat atheistic view of the world, pure scientific materialism, it's a lot more mysterious than you ever thought. We really don't have everything figured out. We've been lied to and deceived about every event of note, whether big or small. Train derailments to 9/11 and so on. You start to notice patterns, perhaps, that we live in this crazy technological era that bears itself no resemblance to the past. But things are happening just as they used to, back when people believed in magical fairies and trolls and Nephilim. That things are happening in a way that rhymes. But this doesn't mean you get to throw everything out. I mean, you can still keep basically all of actual science and actual math and actual physics and everything else. As flat earthers, yes, we can all keep all that. We just get to throw out the entire outer space myth. But is it possible that there's some elements of truth to what people understand? They just misinterpret from outer space. For example, I'm thinking about how people think the sun might like barbecue and fry parts of Earth periodically. The Carrington event, was it real? Did it really happen? Is it possible that we could just be years, maybe decades away from a coronal mass ejection that fries all our electricity, all of our electrical grid, such that none of it can be used anymore? You know what I mean? Like, what happens if we come to find out that the sun, in a very unpredictable but somewhat frequent manner, emits these coronal mass ejections that all prior civilizations to this age just kind of shrugged off? You know what I mean? Because their lives weren't dependent on mass electrical grids. What's funny, you can read all these reports about just how actually cheap it is to harden electrical grid infrastructure against what they believe might be happening, occurring from the sun with these CMEs. And nobody seems to lift a freaking finger to do it. It's just add another layer of confusion of shit that just doesn't make any fucking sense on top of everything else. So if it ever comes down to it and the sun does belch and, cooks half the Earth's electrical grid, or fuck it, all of it, just think about it. I mean, not that you haven't, but how many people are dependent on food being in the grocery store in order to survive? How many people are dependent on refrigerated drugs to stay alive? How many people were depending on going to the operating table next week for a life-saving operation, and now they can't? How long does it take for food to rot, for fridges to to turn empty and for people to start foraging through their neighbors' gardens for grubs and worms to eat? How long does it take for people to start eating their pets? Or, God forbid, eating each other? Like industrial war colleges tell you maybe about 2 weeks. That's about how long it'll take for absolute bedlam and chaos unchecked for that to happen. Probably sooner. Yeah, 2 weeks. And then comes all the disease and pestilence, and then comes everything. I mean, it would just be total chaos. It'd kind of suck, right, to be surrounded by all this technology that used to work so great, and then just overnight, doesn't work. How far away are you from your local supermarket? Now you're asking, how long is it going to take for you to walk to find a nearest stream so you can gather some water? And then how are you going to build a fire to cook out all the freaking organisms in it, the microorganisms that would kill you? How are you going to feed your family if you're a responsible caretaker? Who can you trust? So maybe some of what we've come to understand about our world is true, just makes sense in a slightly different interpretive context. Some people think that the magnetic poles are going to flip. Well, what if we have more than two poles to begin with? Well, it turns out we got three right now. But some people think along with that it's going to be what's called a global crustal detachment, and the land masses of Earth are going to physically rotate about just over 90 or 100 degrees or so. All right, that's what some of these catastrophe doom pill globers are saying. As flat earthers, you can actually reinterpret the same catastrophe in a different way. Earth stands still, it's the freaking stars overhead that turn 90 degrees, and the sun starts rising from what used to be the south instead of the east. So, what if all the doom pillars have something going? I don't know. Could they be correct? Just have a completely effed up interpretation of what's really going on? How might flat Earth give you an advantage? I mean, could there be rocks in space that actually could hit Earth? Could that be reinterpreted? Could there actually be something like that up there that slams into Earth every now and then? And could we just have a different interpretive frame? So, how much of mainstream cosmology can just be reinterpreted?
Have you ever watched Effed Up Worlds live streams?
No.
He's basically a space proponent, flat earther. He
Oh, really?
not exactly saying. Yeah, he's not exactly. I don't know what they say it is, but he's a flat earther, and he says that the whole gas pressure container is just a script that that non-critical thinking flat earthers, right? And that I don't know, and he says all this about linking it to biblical text and thinking about a void, the outer darkness. I don't know, you'd have to watch. I haven't watched it for a while. I got in with him for a bit on one of his live streams. I was typing in his chat, I asked him questions, and he was responding to me, and he was. I can't exactly remember. It was his response
Your connection's
was
really
exact,
spotty,
but
Tito.
oh, sorry about that. Sorry. Yeah. Well, basically, yeah. No, I can. Sorry, guys.
I heard you just fine, T-Dub.
Really? He was cutting in and out for me.
It might be you. I heard him just fine.
Weird. You sound fine.
But I mean, if not for me as well,
I can come up with all kinds of crazy speculations about space just as good as Globers can. I can come up with a cosmology for this that involves general relativity with the flat Earth, building upon some of the ideas like from those Brazilians at that university that did the same thing. Like, what if you really could send technology, something like space probes or satellites above a flat Earth up there? What could happen? Maybe there's some kind of crazy space-time warpage. Maybe the further away objects go, the bigger they get because they occupy a different kind of coordinate reference system up there relative to us. Maybe they get bigger. And maybe the same distance that it used to take and the same amount of time to traverse ends up taking longer. Well, in that case, maybe they shrink. Maybe objects that are sent up to space do the opposite. Maybe they shrink. And it takes longer to go the same distance, the further up you go. Until everything reaches a complete standstill, or approaches it. And there you go. Objects, the further away they are, the more they shrink in space-time, the slower their clocks run, and the longer it takes for them to traverse the same distance as it is closer to the surface. See there, I solved all kinds of problems with the gradient and, vacuum and space and gas pressure and shit. Just a thought experiment. Yeah. I don't know. How much good does that do? If people start speculating too much, they might start believing their own horse shit after a while. That's the problem I find. especially with our community. It's not like speculation is bad. Speculation's fun, it's entertaining, but it's mostly non-productive and can lead to some very bad habits. And it can draw people into this for the wrong reasons, and you end up back where you started with basically believers. It's like mathematically, you can create a Pac-Man world that's flat and operates the same as the globe. You can explain orbits and all kinds of things with it that you don't need to explain.
Now you're too low.
Yeah, what's wrong with your mic, dude?
I don't have my mic in my butthole. Sorry, I'll put it there.
Oh, another
What
one.
is another one obsessed with ass play?
Yeah, they love
guys. I'm kidding. Calm down.
No, it's like every one of you Globers, you come in here to scoff at us, and then all you talk about is ass shit.
I was gonna ask if you guys believed the Earth was flat.
No, we do not believe anything. The globe is the belief.
Whoa.
Well, think about it. Have you ever experienced the Earth as a globe, or have you only seen it on the screen?
Can you prove that?
Yeah. Go outside.
Okay. I don't want to go.
Okay, if you go outside, you go to the ocean, right? The ocean's flat. You observe it as flat. You go on top of a mountain, flat. Top of airplane, flat. Flat, no matter. That's the only thing you ever observe until you go home and sit on the couch and turn on the television, and then they show the Earth as a globe. So you believe that the TV is realer than your experience of reality.
Why are you sound like you're mad at me? Did I do something?
I'm not mad.
Wow.
Sorry.
My God, you guys are soy freaking pussies,
You hurt his feelings by telling him that the Earth is flat.
So it's like talking from your chest. Say, I ever heard say it with your chest? I just say it with my chest. I'm sorry, I don't like go. Please, will you believe in the flat Earth? I'm trying to convince you. I'm not trying to convince you of shit, brother. I'm saying, hey, stop believing in nonsense that is contrary to your experience of a reality.
You sound like you're.
That's okay. I'm not the topic.
It's all about how you sound, Indio.
Yes, exactly. If you sound me and the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I don't.
Is that how it works?
I think.
If I talk nicer, is the Earth flat?
Yeah, I think the Earth is shaped like a
Yeah, here we go. Random fucking shape. Oh, it's so original.
Big
Oh my
shape.
God, we never heard this before in 10 years.
No, he's so good at this.
You haven't even listened to what I had to say, man.
There's nothing for us to listen to.
We've already heard this NPC shit 10,000 times.
I was gonna say.
Just this year we've heard it 10,000 times, and it's only February.
I know.
Say that it was shaped like a plate. Why are you being mean to me?
No, we don't think that.
No, you're silly. No,
flat is not a shape.
Flat is not a shape.
No, it's not.
I didn't say the Earth was flat. I said I thought it was shaped like a pizza plate, like a plate.
Yeah, but that would be a shape, and that would also be flat, unless you got weird pizzas.
Yeah, it's a flat.
They don't make spherical pizzas.
They don't make.
Yo, that would probably be pretty
squares? Good. What?
Spherical. They don't make
spherical pizza. You have to get that crust to stick to the outside of that cage.
I cut mine in triangles personally. My pizza.
What about Totino's?
Hold on, he mentioned my name.
Well, they did sell pizza balls at a fucking gas station in North Adams, Massachusetts. They were really good at 3 a.m. when you were hammered.
Hey, dude, did you know that you can't have triangles on the surface of a ball?
What? Really?
Really?
How?
You can't.
How? I got a triangle right here.
Yeah, can't put it on a ball.
I'm gonna steal it from AI.
Oh, you're right.
Go get a square, carpenter square, which is actually a triangle, and put it on top of a ball.
I have an Etch-a-Sketch. Can I use that as a square?
You know what a carpenter square is?
No.
Fuck
Okay, it's
no,
like a
you don't know what a carpenter square is. Are you crazy?
I'm sorry, I don't know what a carpenter square is.
It's like asking
yes,
some chick.
obviously.
It's like asking a girl if she knows what a
What?
carpenter square is, and she's 13. That's
I was
exactly the same mentality we're talking to.
I'm
sorry, I was
I'm sorry,
delusionally
I'm 14.
optimistic.
I'm sorry. I'm 14.
Have
I'm
you ever
sorry.
built
I'm not much
anything
smaller
in
than
your
you,
life?
14.
Have you ever
What's
built
that?
anything in your life? Have you ever built anything in your life? Made anything with your hands?
Yeah, I assembled my PC together.
Okay. I mean, actually, that's assembly. I'm talking about actually build
not-
something.
Yeah,
Well,
you can
okay,
get
well, then not
monkeys to do
building.
that in a factory, dude.
I made a model
and they
of
do.
an M4A1 out of wood once.
Oh, cool. There you go.
Oh, I don't know what
Now,
that has to do with
if your
flat Earth.
M4A1 had a curve on it, could you have a triangle on top of that curve?
Yeah,
You
that's
look
what
in
the
the
front rear
chat,
and
dude.
sight
Can you
looks
do
like.
this? Yeah, can you look in the chat? See, can you do that?
Yeah.
Can you make a triangle like that? That's not a triangle, right?
Yeah, but what if you curved the triangle?
Then it's no longer a triangle.
And it's not a
Sure,
triangle.
It just depends on where you look
No,
at it
it's
from.
not. You don't know the definition of a triangle, do you?
No, it's just a shape with 3 points.
So you don't know the definition of a triangle, and you're going to
It's
come
more
here
than
and
that.
argue with us about them?
I'm not arguing.
It's 3 points. It has 3 points, but they're connected by straight lines.
Yeah, but what if you were to curve those lines just?
Then it wouldn't be a triangle anymore.
And you don't have angles.
Because if you measure the angle right between two of the lines, that angle, no matter where you measure on those lines, has to be the same along their entire length, or it's not a triangle. It can't be 10 degrees here and 20 degrees over there.
What if you took the triangle and you laid it down so that the bottom didn't stick on top and that it wouldn't stick out because the planet spins, so it would be more aerodynamic?
Nope, can't do triangles on the surface of a planet. The end.
What? Wait, can you explain that to me?
No, you already explained it to yourself earlier. Now just apply it to real life.
I have a triangle right here.
You already told us you
on the
can't.
floor.
You can't. You said, "Oh, you're right. You can't do that," and then you changed your mind back to you can.
Yeah, but I have a triangle right here. I set it on the ground.
Okay, now go find a basketball and stick it on top of a basketball and see if you can make the
Yeah,
surfaces touch.
give us the angle. Give me the angle.
What angle of what?
Where the triangle meets the basketball.
Where the triangle? I don't. On the circle?
Yeah, on the circle.
Yeah. See how confused you are.
I don't understand.
Want to know what confuses me, Jaeger? Is that if you were in school or any other place, everything we'd say would be right. But because we're flat earthers, you think everything we say is wrong. We're talking about basic second grade fucking geometry. Well, you think it because you're arguing with us about a triangle.
I'm gonna cut you a slice here. I'm gonna cut you a slice here. I've been acting retarded as shit. I think all your points are stupid and that you guys are retarded.
That's not actually a refutation or an argument.
Stupid dude. Yeah, that was his. That was he failed so bad. He had to give us. He had to say, "I've been acting stupid," and now let me get everything out before I quit.
Yeah. I've been acting stupid, but I'm so stupid. I'm actually smart, and you're retarded. But I don't know what a triangle is.
As soon as they mention my name, I love to pop up. Oh, you called me. You said triangle. That's my name. Let's talk about triangles.
You need a triangle signal, man, like the bat signal.
Oh, we got to get a little bell, triangle bell for the sound effects. Ding, 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 ding. The little tiny bell, the triangle, the instrument.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Dude, these guys are so dumb. They'll think it's Dinner time.
That's what I was gonna say, bro. That's a good tagline. So you ding the triangle and you go, whenever you hear the triangle, it's time to eat.
But Trigger and Triangle, I hate to tell you that the dinner triangle is also not a triangle because it's not connected, man. There's a gap between one of the lines.
Well, the corners are also radius, so that's not a triangle either.
Yeah, so your mom is like, dude, why didn't you come home? I was ringing the dinner thing. Well, you said to come home when you rang the triangle, and I didn't hear a triangle ring.
Yeah, that's a bent straight piece of metal. A straight piece of metal bent twice.
Hey, you guys ever crack your knuckles?
All the time.
You ever crack somebody else's knuckles?
No, that's gross. Alexa, turn on the rear master.
Who's gay now, bro?
What? That was the gate. That was the other guy that left earlier. They kept talking about asses. He was the rear master.
No, there's two masters on the first floor. A rear and a front and a rear.
Oh man, today was a nightmare.
Well, maybe you'll wake up. Doubt it.
Dude, the wall that I was doing the plumbing on was leaking for years. So the bottom plate where the studs are attached to, was like disintegrated, and it was regular wood where they nailed it straight to concrete. So I had to cut all the nails off of all the studs, put a new bottom plate in. And they only have 2x4s, and they have 2-inch pipe going through them. So if you do the math on that, if you have a 2-inch pipe with a little bit more with the radius of the wall, you got let's see, what do you got left? Only less than
Freaking
3/4 on
inch,
either
right?
side of the stud.
What are you doing? Shaving a quarter inch off the studs?
Yeah, dude, it's like a stud. Then there's like 6 inches of a 1/4 inch too thick, and then there's a stud. It's hilarious.
Man, when you
Oh, and
open a
then
fucking wall, there's no telling what you'll find, man. It's crazy.
yeah, exactly. The down drain, which is buried in the cement, so it turns 90 degrees and goes into the cement to go out to the septic tank. The trim person on the other wall shot 2 trim nails right through it.
Through the freaking sewer pipe?
No, just it's the sink and the kitchen sink. So it's not sewer. It goes to the sewer, but it's not sewer coming into it.
But they have it going down into concrete.
That's pretty common. So you lay out all your plumbing and then you pour your cement slab on your basement.
Yeah. I mean, that's great. Well, because I know someone, they had iron pipes and the pipes collapsed and fucking, they had 30 inches of shit water in their basement because of that. And then they had to temporarily take the sewage and freaking basically hang the sewer pipe from the basement ceiling to jackhammer out all the fucking shit. Otherwise, it would have all the iron pipe and all that crap. Otherwise, it would have took, obviously that's an arduous task. But when you have a low budget and you want it done quickly, gotta do what you gotta do.
Dude, it took
It's
me all
called
day. Me and my brother
dirty.
jackhammer just a set of stairs, like a set of stairs that somebody poured. It was like 2 steps and a platform to a door. It took us all day to jackhammer that thing.
So they had iron pipe, not cast iron?
Yeah, cast iron, yeah. It was cast iron.
Okay.
But it was like freaking 12 inches under the surface. And it's in like the basement, it was like limestone, just like a house built in 1890. So there was one layer that was like 3 inches of limestone concrete. And then somebody at some point in the fucking 100+ years decided that they were going to pour more concrete on top of all of that. And yeah, a fucking nightmare.
Yeah,
And then you literally, so this is how old the sewer pipe was. The raw iron went outside the house and then came back in the basement. And then went down under the floor, and they had the cast iron come from 3 sides of the house and then meet at a Y on the street side. So what happened is a tree grew through the freaking cast iron outside and fucked everything up.
Exploded it.
Yes.
And that's why you don't plant your trees anywhere near any kind of cast iron sewer pipe.
Yeah, well, they're the city trees, and the city's freaking just cunts, man. For lack of a better term, that's what they are. These trees, like their roots, are like pushing up the freaking brick sidewalk, dude. They're like, if you have like a baby in a carriage, forget it, man. Like, you might not even make it by the fucking house, dude. It's like chop the goddamn trees down, man. Just like stop.
Dude, you just triggered my trap card. So let me tell you this story, see if you can figure it out. So my whole life, I see people get the lawn care right before winter. The leaves fall. They collect all the leaves, right, and then they take them away from their house, like to the landfill or whatever. So the leaves are constantly going, constantly going, constantly going. They constantly grow back. So in my mind, I'm thinking, well, shouldn't you be letting the leaves go back into the soil? Because isn't that the nutrients from the soil? Shouldn't the tree like eventually starve to death because there's nothing left in the soil? Because the tree is made of the dirt, right?
Yeah, it's cannibalizing itself, right?
Well, that's
basically
what I thought.
It's eating
My
its
whole
dead
life.
tissue, its own dead tissue.
Yeah,
But
that's
then
the trees.
I found
Trees are
out.
getting the nutrients from the air.
Yeah, I found out that the guy actually did an experiment on plants. That he put them in an amount of soil that had a particular weight, and then he let the plant grow, and then he weighed the plant, and the plant was massively more weight than the displacement of the dirt. So in other words, the plant only took like 3 ounces of material from the dirt. The rest of the plant, which was hundreds of pounds, where the hundreds of pounds come from? People say, well, he's pouring water in there, it's water. But when you actually look at the chemical composition of the plant, it's not water. So where'd the mass come from? It turns out, and this makes perfect sense after I listened to the lecture, it's actually converted CO2 from the air. And it makes the carbon molecule mostly from what it gets from the air. So the majority of plant mass is air.
Yeah.
Not air.
I mean, it's crazy because we think of plants as growing from the ground when they actually grow out of the air into the ground. Fuck, it's pretty nuts, man, when you think about it. That the air is all around the trees, right? And that's where it's like being built by the air that surrounds it, and it's growing, right? It's converting that air that surrounds it and growing into it, which is fucking weird, man. You got to say that that's weird.
It is weird, but it also kind of like when I thought about it real quick, I was like, dude, so this is really how you can convert all the excess carbon dioxide in the atmosphere into something useful if they're all scared about global warming. Just grow all kinds of trees. Because that would convert the airborne carbon dioxide into physical non-moving mass.
Yeah, that makes too much sense. I mean, this is already a thing. I mean, Citizens E used to talk about this all the time, that according to NASA and all those people, the Earth is the greenest it's ever been, right? At least in human terms, as far as humanity's been around, because of the excess CO2.
Yeah, we've got more trees
Excess. It's
now
not
than
really
we did like
excess.
200 years ago.
Yeah, there's a reason starvation is not a thing anymore.
Yeah, the
And of course,
Britons. Yeah, the Britons
well,
cut down all their trees to make ships and burn it for wood and fire and heat, but we stopped doing that. We now have electricity.
Yeah.
And steel boats. They're just idiots. Retarded idiots who think, oh yeah, nothing changes. And they're cutting down the rainforest to grow what? Soy. Talk about being stupid.
No, that's as dumb as shit. The day I buy something with soy in it from Brazilian fucking soybeans is the day I hang it up, man. Soybeans from Brazil or Colombia or something, man. Just grow the coffee and shut up. Bananas or whatever it is you grow, don't be growing no soy. Yeah, the Chinese taking over everything. I'm sorry, soy's a disgusting food. It just is. I just think it's gross.
If
I
you
heard it's
feed,
poisonous too.
yeah, if you feed animals only soy, all their fur falls out.
Oh, that can't be good.
Nope.
Yeah, when my son first started living with me, I
Hello,
wanted to
guys.
buy him food without soy and without high fructose corn syrup, and holy crap, that was a chore.
Yeah, that shit's
Couldn't buy him nothing. I go into a store, I want to buy him Lifesavers, soy. How about some gum, soy. Oh dang, how about some water, soy.
When they put wheat into licorice.
Dang.
Because they know it's addictive, so they'll put that stuff in there.
So, are we supposed to gap about the flat Earth?
Yeah, man. It's a flat
Absolutely,
Earth
bro.
channel. We're waiting for someone with the courage and the know-how to prove that the Earth is a spinning ball in a giant vacuum.
Okay.
Do you
This
think you could do that?
would be fun. Nah, I prefer to be just watch the chaos.
Oh,
I do believe in one thing. I do believe in one thing. Neither the Earth is a flat or a ball. In the end of the game, we still need to pay taxes for the government.
speak for yourself. I don't do that.
So you don't tax for the
Well, I
government?
mean, you have to like your sales tax, but like other than that, they can kiss my ass.
Well, that seems like illegal. Here in Brazil, like the
Illegal.
thing that
And
yeah, the thing happening here is in Brazil is if you do not pay taxes, they will tax you more.
oh yeah, that's gonna solve the problem.
This is
Send me a bill. Yeah. Add as many zeros as you want.
exactly.
I thought there's a lot of Brazilian flat earthers.
I don't know.
Dude, there's millions of Brazilian flat earthers. In fact, there's a whole documentary from Brazil about flat Earth.
Uh-huh.
That's right, brother.
Never knew. There's a scientist named Sergio Sacani. Once he was in a program that he was supposed to gap or discuss about this theme against 30 other peoples that believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
And surprisingly, he went. But I think that was that show was like for uh, just to gather attention. Huh?
well, I mean, how'd he do? Like who won the debate?
Well, he did great. He did great. He answered all the questions. He proved a lot of stuff, but I can't remember exactly all the evidence he bring up to the show. But was it impressive that he was against 30 other persons that believe in flat Earth, and he was able to disarm all of them.
Oh yeah, how do you do that?
Well,
What do
arguments.
you?
I'm
Well, I
well.
mean,
If I it
your
doesn't.
argument don't matter if you don't have evidence. So what did he present for evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Like he, ah, well, he did something there. Like he presents some arguments and evidence. I don't know how he actually win that debate. But
Well,
I was able to share in the chat, the link. But it's in Portuguese, so it would not uh,
where's
make sense
Miguel?
to you
Got
guys.
Miguel in here. He's from Portugal. Where is he? You know, he's not in here. Anyway, so you know, it seems to me that Goldbergers have a lot of arguments but no evidence. You know, they have arguments, meaning they can talk and talk and talk and talk and talk a lot. But when you go, okay, where's the evidence that supports what you're saying? You get nothing. That's what you get. You get nothing. You get silly things like, well, the other planets are around, therefore the Earth is round. Oh, eclipses. That's the shadow of the Earth on the moon. Okay, what's your evidence that's the shadow of the Earth? Well, what else would it be? That's their evidence, asking you a question about what else would it be. That's not evidence.
Well, I did.
I'm
There's
just
an
saying, this is what
interesting.
happens. Like you could
No, I
look,
understand what
you could
you're
stick
saying.
me against
There.
1,000 globe earthers, and I'll crush them all standing on my head, smoking weed.
Okay,
I'm just telling you, man.
that's good.
I'm telling you straight up.
I hear a phrase. No, no, not a phrase. Well, I see.
But do you know why? But do you know why
A
I can
funny
debate
thing
thousands
which
of
is
globe earthers and win? Andres, do you know why I can debate 1,000 or 10,000 or a million globe earthers and win? Because I have evidence.
why?
And they don't.
Where?
Because I have evidence, dude, and they don't. That's the difference. Isaac Newton, do you want to know what he
Okay.
said? If it cannot be decided by experiment, it's not worthy of debate. I can tell anyone on Earth how they can prove the Earth is flat themselves by going out and testing it. No globe earther can tell me how to
Okay.
prove the Earth is a globe. They'll say, well, you could prove it by going to space, but you can't go there. Right?
Okay.
But I can tell you how to go. Hey, just go down to the ocean. You can just make a long distance observation and measure that the Earth is flat. Like I can tell people, like I said, we have the evidence. They don't. They have media, stories, everybody believes it, appeals to majority, appeals to authority, appeals to tradition, because everybody's believed it for so long. That's all they have are just a bunch of social reasons. They don't have the actual physical evidence, which is what decides it, is the physical evidence. The net, science is based upon empirical observation and experiment. That's what decides
Okay.
what the
Can
truth
you,
is. Yeah, go ahead.
well,
I'll get off my soapbox. Like when you were in school, right? And they told you, "Hey, Earth is a globe." Did they give you any evidence? And if they did give you evidence, what was it?
well, actually, they didn't give any evidence, but one thing I always question is why will the government lie about this thing? Like teach all of us that
What
the
makes
earth is
okay, okay.
round.
Did you hear what I just said? I said
Yes, and I did
there's
another
no evidence. No,
question
hold
about.
on. Like you literally just did the thing I said. I said there's a bunch of social arguments. When you say, why would everybody lie? That's a social argument because you're talking about society. You're not talking about the earth.
Uh-huh.
You're talking about people, right? So you can say whatever you want about people, about what they would do, what they didn't do. Are they lying? Are they not lying? Why do you believe they're lying? The government. Maybe they just don't know. Maybe they're wrong. And in that case, they also would not be lying, right? Why do you say they have to be lying? You're assuming that they know what the truth is and that they're lying to everybody. Maybe they don't know what the truth is.
Well, this is a high level conversation. I can join. Sorry, I cannot.
Okay,
Follow
so
you.
check this out. Your teachers, or the president of the United States. Do you think he knows if the Earth is flat or a ball? Him? You think he knows? Trump?
Well, I don't know if he
How?
ever gone space.
Yeah, no. Donald Trump has not gone to space. You know also who has not gone
Okay.
to space? Elon
Guys,
Musk has never gone to space.
I think no one knows.
Elon Musk
So,
is no, think
let me
about
do
it.
a
Elon
question.
Musk has never gone to space. So he don't know either.
Okay. Okay, you're assuming that Elon Musk never gone space. Okay.
He said it.
So let me do.
I'm not assuming.
Okay. Okay, he never gone space.
No,
Fact.
he doesn't have clearance for it anyway.
So the other question I will do is. Oh shit! I forget.
When they
Okay, okay, remember. Why? How come we can't go to space because of the flat Earth? Why can we cannot go to space?
because space cannot be what they say it is. You know why? Because we have air on Earth. And if space was a big vacuum, all the air would go into the vacuum, right? And there's no evidence that you can actually produce thrust, rocket thrust, inside of a vacuum, especially in a vacuum the size they say it is. Now you can go
Yes,
on YouTube and watch video. You can go on YouTube and watch videos, and any video you watch where they show thrust in a vacuum chamber, the vacuum chamber pressurizes before the rocket moves.
That's right.
So you're saying that in this space we cannot have vacuum, but we can create vacuum chamber here in Earth to simulate
Yes.
space.
In a container, right?
So
You
we
need a container.
can do a container with vacuum, but we cannot have vacuum and space.
Yeah, unless you think the Earth is inside a container. See, there could be a vacuum of space if Earth is inside of a container. Then no problem, vacuum of space. But it would be outside the container, not inside the. It can't be where we are. It has to be outside of where we are. We have to be in a different place. Because gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of a container. That's what it means.
Are
So
you
when you
hearing
say,
me,
hey,
guys?
you have gas pressure, you breathe gas pressure, but there's no container, it's just nonsense. You can say that, but show me the experiment. No one can show that experiment.
So actually, we cannot go to space because it's not what the media say it is, like a
Yeah,
place
it doesn't
sheer
exist.
of full of vacuum. It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
Okay.
Not in the way, like, whatever. I mean, all we can say is what we know. We know we can take rockets, we can go up about 100 kilometers and fall back down. That's all we know. You can take you can take a helium balloon or a hydrogen balloon, and you float it up, it'll go up to about 130,000 feet and pop and fall back down. That's all we know.
Okay, but the balloon don't pop because of the air pressure.
Yeah, they do. They pop because there's low pressure, and then inside the balloon is
So
high
how
pressure.
can we explain the air pressure that is naturally in Earth?
Okay.
Like the
Well,
higher we go, the lower
one hypothesis is that the air, all the gases on Earth are created on the ground. They're created on the Earth.
So that is an hypothesis, is not
So,
an
like,
evidence.
well, there is evidence for it. The
So
Chinese
you
have been
just
knowing
say
about
that
this for about 2,000 years ago. Yeah, well, look. It's hard to say, like, you're going to say X causes Y. You need to do the experiment. Now, how can I do the experiment of the cause of gas pressure?
Well, if you're not sure, you can assume is of evidence.
Well, what do you think the cause of gas
As
pressure is?
well, I have no idea. I think that as the round globe theory say that in the center of the Earth has gravity, so the
Gravitational
pressure,
gas pressure.
so the
Gas pressure
gravity
caused by
is
gravity. Yeah,
the
look,
force
bro, I
between
understand. Gas pressure
everything.
caused by gravity, right?
Well, the gravity pushes everything to him, right? So also push the gases. That's why in
And
higher
create gas pressure.
create
Yeah, it would have to create, the gravity would have to create gas pressure. We
like
can measure the gas pressure. Like, it's not, there's no doubt the gas is under pressure. We can measure it. We can measure the
yes,
gas pressure with a device, right? Okay. If you're saying there's gas pressure because of gravity, nobody
yes.
can show that with an experiment of gravity creating gas pressure.
Also, the other side, nobody can show that the gas came from the earth a
Yes,
few a
we
long time
can,
ago.
dude. Okay, I'll
So
put, it's a
you
peer
just
reviewed
say it
paper.
was
I'll
an
put,
hypothesis. You say that
yeah,
it
but
was
you
an
can't,
hypothesis, not
yeah,
an
we
evidence.
can't, no, you're conflating two things, okay? We know that gas comes out of the ground, okay? Whether it creates
We
the
know,
gas
not
pressure
everything that we
across the
know.
entire Earth,
10 minutes ago, you said
okay.
it was an
We
hypothesis.
know
One
gas
of
comes
them.
out of the ground. We can measure that
What
too.
is the other hypothesis you have about the gas
The
pressure?
hypothesis was that the overall gas pressure of the totality of Earth was created by gases that are created on the ground. That hypothesis, it's two different things, man. So one is, yes, we know 100% gases, there's chemical reactions on the ground. We know that the freaking oceans emit CO2 and absorb CO2. We know that there's an exchange of gases on the surface of the earth. We know that 100%. Now, whether that phenomenon creates the overall gas pressure of the entire earth, you can't say for certain whether that's the cause because you can't do the experiment. How would you do, because you would have to do a cause and effect experiment. You can't do a cause and effect experiment with the entire earth. Can you?
I understand you. So, if I can do experiment, I can assume that it's real.
No.
Oh, I can.
You can't say for certain. You can't say, hey, 100%, gas pressure is caused by emission gas. It's consistent with it, but you can't say it is. But it makes more sense than gravity creating gas pressure because we can test whether gravity of any type creates gas pressure. We can show that chemical reactions will increase gas pressure in a volume, right? We can show that, right? Easily. I can take some dry ice, I can throw it inside a frickin', or I can take baking soda, I can throw it inside of vinegar. It'll make a chemical reaction and it'll increase the gas pressure of the container. There's nothing I can do. There's no experiment with gravity I can do that makes it increase the gas pressure of something. So you can't even say whether it's possible or not. So we could say, yes, it's possible that you can create gas pressure with chemical reactions, but nobody could say, yeah, it's possible you can create gas pressure with gravity. We don't even know if it's possible.
Okay, I do think that the gravity exerts the force pushing the I don't know, I forget how to say. Gas.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
they
know what
push
you
the
think,
gas
but why? Why do you
back
think
to the
that?
ground. Well, that what I believe is that was
Why?
taught.
Yeah, and I'm asking you why you believe that.
Well, because it makes sense.
Because it makes sense.
As you just
Hey,
said, if
Andre,
the gas
you said gravity pushes things. So gravity pushes air into a ball shape in a vacuum. Is that what you're trying to claim?
Exactly.
So that's incorrect. So gases go in all directions. They don't go in the shape of a ball. Where would you ever come up with that idea?
Well, all directions isn't the shape of a ball.
No.
So what
What
is the
shape
shape
is
of all directions?
what shape is all directions?
Like 360 degrees, and in all of the side you can turn.
Yeah, so what shape is the inside of a
So,
house?
well, it's the shape of the inside of a house. The format is the house. R is the shape of it.
How come it's not ball shaped on the inside of the house because of the air?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't understand.
You said air makes things turn into a ball in a vacuum, right? So you got a vacuum and you got air, and then they turn into a ball in a vacuum, right?
You said gravity. It's
Gravity
the
does.
air.
Is gravity like a machine? Is it a tree?
Well,
Is it organic? How does that work?
well, gravity is a force of the physics.
No, it's not a
Like,
physics force. No, you got that wrong again. You keep getting these things wrong. I'm not sure why.
okay. The thing I knew is that the gravity is an physics force that a higher amount of weight push another higher amount of weights.
That's not gravity.
So what is that?
Pushing weights around isn't gravity.
No, not around, like pushing towards him.
No. There's no going towards anything with gravity. If I hang two balls in a closet on two strings, will they fly towards each other eventually? If I put them right next to each other, but not touching, will they eventually be sticking to each other?
Well, are something tied to them, like a string
Yeah,
holding
I'm
them?
gonna hang them right next to each other with a. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you will
put
hang them.
a human
with
hair
the string.
gap between them, a gap of a human hair between them, and they're not touching. Will they eventually start touching each other because of gravity?
Well, the gravity already exerting a force pushing them down. So,
Gravity only pushes
um,
things down.
because it's where it's located in the center of the Earth. So to us,
So
it's
you know
down.
that you can only have down on a flat surface, right? Horizontal, and you can only have down. You can't have down on the side of a ball. Like if you had a
Yeah,
basketball in your hand and you
same as
pointed
I
to
can
the
have
side
a
of it, you
plane
can't
and
say
a
that's down.
basketball.
You can't point to the right of a basketball, the right side of a basketball, and say that's down to the basketball.
Well, if you was on a surface of a sphere object and you was so tiny, so small, and a perception of that tiny little person, the ground he's on will looks like plane.
Yeah, you haven't. Yeah, no, it is a flat plane. You haven't proven that you've lived on a ball yet, so that's your problem.
Well, I'm not trying to prove. I'm just trying to understand what why or
Oh,
you guys
why?
think about the happening.
Earth is flat and stationary. That's why.
Okay. So how can
That's
we
why everything works.
explain the
That's why
things
things go up and down. That's why things go up and
that?
down because Earth is
Okay,
flat. It's not a
that was
ball.
my question. How come things go down if they're just flat and stationary?
Yeah, because Earth is flat and stationary.
Yes.
Yeah,
So how
because if it
how
was
come
a
that
ball,
means the things
if it was
don't
a
move?
moving ball, things wouldn't go down. Do you understand that? Do you see how confused they make you guys?
No. I'm asking
No.
why can we assume that the Earth, so because of the Earth is flat, the thing goes up and down? I need an explanation for the up and down on the flat Earth if it's a plane and stationary.
You're not advanced enough for me to tell you why that happens, but I know why. Yep, things only move up and down on flat Earth, not on a ball. So that's another proof
Okay,
of flat Earth, things moving up and
we can
down.
start seeing it.
Relative density.
We have to
Relative
hear.
density is the reason why things move up and
Relative
down.
density.
I'll give you a
Okay,
short answer.
is relative density?
What about it?
What is
What?
it?
You don't know what density is? Things move
I
in a
know what
medium?
density is. Density is the
Hey
weight
guys.
of a thing in the shape he
So you do
something
know
like
what
that.
it is. So you do know what it is.
Okay, so what does that mean? You're saying that the Earth is more dense than the object,
I'll tell
that's
you what
why
it
the
means.
thing
I'll
goes
tell you
up
what it means.
and
I'll
down.
tell you what it means. We take an egg and we put it in a glass of water and it sinks. And then I add a bunch of salt to the water and the egg rises up to the top and floats. I changed the density of the water, causing the egg to float. What caused the egg to float?
Okay, was
I know
the you
I know
changes
I
the
gave you the
density of the
answer. I actually gave you the answer and then I asked you what the answer was. This always stumps
yes.
people when I do that. I changed the
So I'm
density
trying
of the water and then the egg floated. What caused the egg to float?
you change you already said you change the density of the water. So how
Thank you.
come
So
that
it wasn't
explains
gravity. So
things
it
go
wasn't
up and down?
gravity. It isn't gravity causing things to go up and down, is it?
Well, we are not sinking in water, I think. I'm not actually in water,
Oh,
but
you want to talk about water now? I got it. Yeah, you got to change the goalposts. I got fucking
You start
footballs
talking
for every
about
kind of
water.
sport you
You
can play.
start
I
talking
got
about
all the
I'm
tools
in a
right here
bowl of
with
water.
me.
I'm not an egg. I'm not in a bowl of water. I'm asking, why do you, in the flat and stationary Earth model, say that if you throw a thing up, the thing goes down,
Oh,
and
because
you
it's flat and
didn't throw
stationary.
salt in air?
If it was a round spinning ball, yeah, if you're not paying attention. If it was a round spinning ball, you wouldn't be able to do that.
Well, let me tell you a thing. You don't need to go to the wrong spinning theory to explain your theory. I want to hear what your theory says about the things go up and down. You don't
I
need
told you
to say about the round thing.
density makes things go up and down.
Oh, okay. Explain me how it works.
Huh?
Why do it works? Like the Earth has more
I
density,
don't know.
that's why it pushes
You
things
change the
down.
density of stuff and things move. Yeah, you change the density of the medium and
So you
things
change
move
the
around
density
different
of the
ways.
air.
Now, I didn't say anything about the Earth. Why are you talking about the dirt now?
No, I said the air. You change the density of the air so the things go down or
No,
go up.
things are more dense than air, so they go down, and things less dense than air go up. Now, you know
Okay,
this.
so what pushed that thing down? What pushed that thing up?
Same
Does it
thing that
need to have
always
a
does it.
force?
Yeah, the same thing that always does it. Things go up and down on flat Earth because you can't have
Why?
that on a ball.
How?
I don't know why you can't. You can't have it on a ball because you don't have a magical force
You
pulling
don't
things
need.
towards the
Remember,
center
you
of a
don't need
ball.
to go to the Earth, the sphere Earth to explain your theory. Only your theory I need to hear
Oh yeah, I did.
because
I
what I'm
explained
trying
it.
to understand.
I already explained it. You don't have any explanation for yours. I did. It's things go up and down because the Earth is flat.
Because, like, you're saying that the things go up and down because I'm correct, because the Earth is flat.
Yeah, because
That's your argument.
what direction are they going to go? What direction are they
So,
supposed to go?
well, in the theory of the sphere Earth,
Oh no, you said don't you you said don't use the sphere now. No, we're not going to
well,
use it
I am
anymore.
saying about the sphere
Oh, I'm not allowed
theory.
to use your sphere. Only you
No,
can
I'm
use the
saying that,
sphere. I
well,
got
I
it.
don't need to attack another theory to prove mine. You understand? I don't need to say about the flat Earth to say that
You don't
my
have
theory
any
of the
theories. You don't have a globe theory. You don't even have a one piece of water measured to be
well,
curving anywhere. It's all flat and level.
you're assuming that. I didn't say that. Well,
Okay, good.
the
So you agree the Earth is flat and level then, right?
the spheres, not the sphere, the sphere Earth has the theory of the gravity that's pushed things towards him, and that's why
No,
things go down.
no, you can't have. That's like saying ball Earth works because unicorns in the center pull things towards them when they're resting in their
That unicorn
nest
is the
at the center
force
of the Earth.
invisible
Unicorns have
that
a nest at the
exists.
center, and because they have a nest there, they pull everything towards them because they're unicorns. Does that make that sounds legitimate to me? That means all the unicorns live at the center
Well,
of
it
Earth
seems like
because
you
things
don't
go
believe
towards
in
the center.
gravity
Yeah,
because
listen. Yeah, you solved the
yes,
world's
I'm
problem.
okay.
Now we know where all the unicorns are at. They're at the center of Earth because everything falls down towards the center, right?
Well, I I think you need to ask Isaac Newton about that.
Newton told me that's where the unicorns live. That's how I figured it out. It's written down in a book. He put it next to the mercury he was drinking when he wrote that book.
Okay, that's great. So, still back to the things that in the flat and stationary Earth, the things go down because of density. I would like to understand more about
Yeah,
that.
research
That
electrostatics. Research electrostatics. You'll figure out why things go up and down. But I'm not going to give you. I'm not going to give
electrostatic.
you a class. I'm not going to give you a lesson or a class in it today. So we're not doing that.
Well, I didn't. It's I only ask for
Yeah, after
explanation
you're a
about
flat Earth,
what the
after you're
things
for a
goes
flat Earther
on.
for 2 years, then we'll
So,
move you into the advanced classes.
so another question about the other, the Saturn, Jupiter, or the Moon.
That's
Uh,
wonderful. I love
how
bedtime
can
stories.
like explain
We
we can
we were
see
talking about the
the
Earth, and then you want to talk about the things in the sky. What happened?
Okay, let me just clarify what my goals here. I'm not here to argue, discuss. I am not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that you're right. My only goal here is try to understand why do you think the way you think. So I'm not
Okay.
judging you.
Oh,
I'm not.
okay. All right. Here's why I
I'm
think the
not
way I think. Here's why I think
okay.
the Earth is flat and stationary because it's measured that way.
It's measure. Okay, who measured it? When? How?
Everybody, every day, surveyors, all people measure
Everybody
Earth to be
measures the
flat.
Earth. Is
Nobody,
okay.
nobody in the history of microbes has ever measured the Earth to be a ball.
Okay, that's not what the history book says, but
Oh, well,
okay, I
go ahead and
understand
give me a
you. I appreciate you.
citation. Finally, I found the guy I've
Well,
been looking for this whole time. Go ahead
again,
and
I'm
post
not
your
here to
citation
discuss.
of
I'm
how
just
it was measured and who measured it. And I'm going to go do it tomorrow. And I'm going to confirm they were right.
okay.
All right, go
Well,
ahead.
again, I'm
Just
not here
put that
to
in there for
argue.
me.
I just want trying
That's
to understand
wonderful.
the way to
Finally,
see the things.
we're going to close these servers down. You know, we've been looking for you. You're like Neo to us. We've been looking for you for a long time. You're going to save us.
Well, can you explain like the planets, the moon,
No,
and other things?
no, I
You can't
can't because
explain.
I'm a flat earther. I'm not a sky traveler. Space is
So
fake
that
anyway.
thing
So all those
doesn't
lights you
exist.
see, all the lights you see up there are just stories that you guys make up.
Okay, so is it LEDs?
What?
You said it's LEDs, like
Lights?
mm,
Light?
lights. Sorry,
Yeah.
I heard LEDs. Okay,
Yeah, lights like light. You see little tiny
you
dots of
can't
light? That's what you
explain
see. Yep,
some.
that's what we all see. Everybody sees the same thing.
Okay, but you can't explain it because it belongs
I
to
did.
the
I explained it.
what?
I explained it.
You just said you can't explain it because it lights.
I said it's lights.
So what? Yes, actually, if I see you, the things my eyes are seeing, it's light. The thing,
Okay, thank you.
the
Wow, we finally
reflection
agree
of
again. You are starting to agree with me on everything. You realize that, right?
Okay, yes. So
All right, welcome to Flat Earth. So
what?
now that you're a flat earther, we
What's
got
the news?
tinfoil hats
No,
on
I
the
didn't
shelf over in the
say.
corner, and I think there's a couple people that got T-shirts they're selling.
I didn't say I'm a flat earther. Just trying to
I
understand what.
did. I told you you're a flat earther. Congratulations.
Well, you can't say that because I don't
I
believe in
did.
the
No,
flat Earth.
what do you mean I can't say that? I'm the king of flat earthers, one of them, and I grant you flat eartherdom.
Flat Earth is dumb.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like
I
fiefdom, but
appreciate,
you're a flat
but
eartherdom.
I would not assume that position you're putting me in. Thank you very
Well, as
much, but
soon as you
Hey,
prove, as soon
I
as
want
you
to
prove you
hold on.
live
Can
on
I
a
ask
ball,
Andre a question?
hey, no,
I want to
wait,
ask Andre.
no, don't,
Oh, go ahead.
wait, wait, wait. I want him to prove you live.
hi.
That's cute.
He wants you to prove you live on a
What is
ball.
cute? I prove that I live on the ball.
Yep.
Yeah, that you live on a ball.
Well, I have a personal philosophy that I don't need to prove nothing to no one. So I'm just here to hear, to understand.
How did you
I
prove?
do
Okay,
believe
okay.
in
How'd you prove it? Okay, how'd you prove it to yourself?
He's just
What did you
here to
do?
hear.
Well, I
Because
don't
hold
need so
on,
much.
Corbin,
Don't
hold
need so
on,
much
hold.
effort. Just believe. I don't need so much effort. Like, it's a
Well,
waste of
you've asked us a
energy.
lot. No, Andre, what? Hold on, can you just listen 1 second? So you've
I'm
asked us a
listening.
lot of questions. When they told
Okay.
you the Earth is a globe, did you ask this many questions of them?
Actually, no, because they're not so like so desperate to prove the Earth is globe. It seems like
Desperate,
just
Dude, you came
yeah.
in here. You came in here,
dude.
dude.
We didn't follow you
Okay, I'm just
around. You followed us.
okay. There's
So why are you
no
saying we're desperate,
evidence.
dude? That's weak.
Well, the way you're saying, the way you don't let me finish my sentence. Another thing, it didn't it didn't exist and call name round Earth to
Yeah, well, you're
round
still not
Earth.
telling me
The
that
globe.
whether listen. You still didn't tell me if you interrogated the people that told you the Earth was a globe, like you're interrogating us. We know you
No, I
didn't.
did not.
You just listen, bro. You never questioned the globe for 1 second ever. You
Okay.
had zero skepticism. You just believed it wholeheartedly with zero evidence. What is the first thing I asked you? What evidence did they present you? And you had nothing. You've never been
Okay.
presented evidence that the Earth is a globe. It's just a fucking story you heard, like Santa Claus.
Okay. Uh, you're correct when
And
you
you're
say
mad at
that I
us.
didn't. No, no, I'm not mad at all. I'm just trying to understand. I did not have questioned the Earth,
Okay,
the globe
you really want to
emergence.
understand? I'll tell you the situation. Okay, you were young when you were a kid, 5, 6 years old. They told you the Earth was a ball. You never questioned it. You just believed the story. And we're telling
Uh-huh.
you, guess what? And you didn't check, did you? Well, we're telling you, we checked. It's not a ball. We went and checked. We're going to tell you that you can check too, whether it actually is. You can check.
Okay.
And if you go check, you'll find out that it's not. That's all we're
Okay.
telling you.
What
We
is
don't care if you
my
believe it. We don't care if you're a flat earther. We don't care if you're a globe earther. We don't care. We're here just giving you information. The Earth is not a ball. We fucking checked.
Okay, that's good because it's a great thing that go for answers and check all the things and not believe blindly what the people are
Yes,
saying.
correct. I agree.
Okay, I'm just saying that I did not spend cerebral energy finding out if the Earth is globe or flat
Why?
because it's a waste. I
Not
think it's
important.
a waste. I'm just here to listen because I actually have
Okay, let me
no
ask you this.
business
You
to
guys always say
I'm
this. It's a
just
waste of
in
time.
wasting my time here.
Rajay, do you
Exactly.
think that? Do you
Exactly.
think?
Exactly. You say
Do
everything.
you think?
You're
No,
just wasting your time trying to explain to me because I don't care if it's flat or round.
For
I
someone
so
who
already
you.
doesn't
read.
care, you've been in here a long time.
Okay, because it's interesting. The way you're representing the arguments to
That's a
me. It's a
contradiction,
new
man.
thing.
Can't be
It's a new
interesting and
thing.
you don't care at the same time. Do you know
Well,
how
I don't care
apathy works?
if you believe it's round or flat or if I need to prove it, you need proof. But
Can
it's
I ask you?
interesting the way you're presenting.
Okay, because you're
Yeah.
starting to get emotional, man. So chill. Let
Okay.
me ask you: if the Earth is a ball versus if the Earth is flat, are there different consequences about reality and what it actually is? Like, does a flat Earth universe versus a ball Earth universe, are they different, and do they mean different things?
You know one thing? If
One answer.
you
You know that.
if
You know
you
it matters.
slept
You're fucking playing a game. You know it matters, dude.
well
That's why you're in here.
if you slept it's not slept. If you walking casually and in the road and you sleep is the word is sleep, sorry. If you sleep You fall on the ground, you hit your head, you die. Doesn't matter if the earth is flat or globe. You
Yeah,
know
it
what I mean?
does.
If a missile pointed to you,
Do you think there's life
come
after death?
and destroy you. It doesn't matter
You
if the
think there's
earth is
life
flat
after
or
death?
not exactly.
Oh, so you're an atheist? That explains everything.
No,
That's why it doesn't matter.
I'm not really atheist. I never say that.
Are you?
Only if you
No,
live
no.
on a ball, then it doesn't. You don't get that effect.
Look,
If you live
look,
on a
what I'm
ball, you
trying
don't
to.
have to worry about it.
Yeah, so listen, atheism can only exist if you live on a ball. It can't exist on a flat earth. You understand that? That's why it matters. There are no atheists on a flat earth. That means the earth was created, and that means there's a creator. That means you can't be an atheist on a flat earth. You can only be atheist if you live on a ball created by a big bang, something from nothing universe.
Okay, so this is a
So
good
it
point.
does
All of
matter.
you believe that the earth was created.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's nice.
Look, it's real simple. If the earth is a ball, you can be atheist, you can believe in God. If the earth is flat, only God. Got it?
Okay.
That's why it matters.
So, let me do a religion question. I know that the chat isn't for religion, but
Belief in
uh,
God or not believing in God is not religion. Religion is a practice of a particular belief, of a very particular belief, right? So Catholic, Buddhist, whatever, that's a religion. Just believing whether God exists or not exists, that's called deist versus non-deist. Meaning believe, you might know the word Dios, right? God. So deist versus non-deist. That's it. It has
okay,
nothing to do with religion.
okay. I will not enter in that theme.
Well, flat Earth has nothing to do with being religious. Is another thing. We know the place is created. That's not a religion.
Do you think the globe is the heliocentric model, Big Bang? Do you think that's a religion, Andre?
Well, the Big Bang.
The Big Bang,
Well, the theory.
evolution, globe Earth, that whole idea, that whole cosmology.
Yes, exactly.
You think it's a religion?
Well, it's not a religion. It's an hypothesis of how the things came up to for nowadays. But it's not a thing that I believe. Just to make it clear,
Okay.
I don't believe
Well,
in
you
Big
wanted to
Bang.
understand. Listen, this is the funny thing. You asked me, you want to understand, but you're personalizing everything I say. I'm just trying to tell you where we're coming from. I'm not saying anything about you personally. I'm saying it is that in general, people believe the earth is a globe. And that idea,
Okay.
right, is a religion because they don't actually have any evidence for it. And all they did is they heard some people, quote unquote scientists, which are analogous to
Okay.
priests, say, read
Okay.
my
Understand.
book. My book, don't worry, whatever I said in my book is true, but you can't actually test what I said. The same way in the Bible, Jonah supposedly got eaten by a whale, but you can't test whether he actually did. You just have to believe it. And in their books, it says, yes, we put a man on a rocket and he flew to that other light in the sky called the moon. You can't test it. You just have to believe it. It's the same thing. There's no difference. They say, we know what created the universe. They say, we know what created men. They say, we know what created all the animals. All the religions say the same thing. They also all say they know how all that was created, right? There's no difference.
Okay.
None.
Okay. So the theory of a sphere globe is religion because
Yes.
the people
It started that way.
doesn't question. They just believe.
So the first known written words about the earth being a globe was by Plato in something called the Dialogues of Timaeus. He did not base that upon anything scientific, any observation. He said, because a sphere is the most perfect shape, the Earth must most naturally be a sphere. And then Pythagoras and Copernicus said the same thing.
Okay.
I don't know who's hot mic.
So as my goal here is try to understand the arguments, I have a question about this. What's it about? Yes, was about the stars. No, I think the other guy just answered that question. Say there's just lights in the sky.
Yeah, we
And
can
it's
talk about the
correct.
stars if you want. We see stars. We all agree. We see stars. We see planets. We see the moon. We see the sun. Now,
So
they have a
all of that
story
would
about, well, hold on, let me finish. They have a story about
yeah.
what those things are, what they're made out of, how far away they are, how old they are, how they were created, all these things. Those are just stories. There's no way to verify any of that.
Okay.
Like if they say the star is made of cheese, can I actually go to a star and take a scoop of it and see if it's cheese? No. Can
Well, we
anybody?
cannot
No, no one has.
certainly die.
Well, that's if you assume it's made of freaking super hot hydrogen and not cheese.
Yes.
Yeah, gas ball in a vacuum. Remember where you said, yeah, that's possible, and I said, no, it's not. Now you're back to it's possible again, and it's not.
Okay, so there are just lights do we see in the sky?
All we see
That
is light.
So what caused that? Lights.
how would we know?
Light.
How can anybody know? That's what we're trying to tell you. There's no way to know. It's a mystery, and it is going to be a mystery forever.
Okay. So here,
Look, 1,000
listen. Here
years
we have a
ago,
point.
Andre, 1,000 years ago, did they say that they knew? They said that they knew then, right? And 1,000 years before that, they had stories about what the stars are. And 1,000 years before that, and you can pick a time, whoever lived said, yes, we know what the stars are. And they had a story. We're just doing the same thing. None of those people, including us, can prove what the stars actually are.
Okay, we have a point here. You say that in the model of the flat Earth, we doesn't have a way to prove or to know what that things we see in the
Nobody
sky.
does. Not flat Earth, not globe Earth, nobody.
Okay, sorry. Can I finish my sentence? Because I let you
Yeah, well,
finish your
yeah, if you
sentence.
don't straw man, yeah, sure.
Okay, you say that in the flat Earth theory, we cannot prove what do we
It's
see
not
in
what
the
I
sky.
said. That's a straw man. That's not what I said. I didn't say in the flat Earth theory. I said in any theory.
You're not letting me finish my
Yeah,
sentence
do you know what
because
a straw
this is
man
about
argument is? Do you know what a straw man argument is? Is when you say I
well,
said something I didn't
you're not
say.
letting me
Andre, you're not
finish
going to
my
get away with it. I don't care how bad your English is, okay? You're not going to get away with it. I didn't say the words you're saying I said. I am telling you
can
again the words
you
I said.
okay, no one you said that no one can know or can assume what is that we see in the sky.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
Like we see in
exactly.
the sky.
everybody, not flat
Okay,
earthers.
okay,
That's everybody.
great, splendid, maravilhoso. So, in the theory of the globe Earth has theories that uh, has the mathematical calculus about the formation of stars and the moon, the
What makes
Saturn,
you
the
think
eclipse,
any of
and
that?
all of that stuff.
Who told you that? That they have mathematical calculations for that? Who told you that?
Oh, they have.
Oh, no,
They
they
have.
don't.
If
No, they don't, Andre. No, they don't. We
okay, you're
checked. Remember, I just
saying
told you we checked? Remember, I just told you we checked? There's something called the black body spectrum, okay? Which has a prediction of
what?
what the black body spectrum of stars should be. And it doesn't match the prediction. There's so much shit that doesn't match their prediction. This is what you don't understand. You're just told that it all lines up. It does not. You never checked. We did. And we're telling you, we checked.
You're correct. I never checked. But the point is that in the flat earth theory, or as you say, no one can prove that what we see, what we see in the sky, the light we see, but in the globe theory has the theory of the formation, the stars, and everything we see in the sky. They I forgot how to say, but they at least they have an
So
explanation.
what? How is their story
Well,
any better than me saying that
it's only the
the
point I'm
stars are the
getting here.
spirits of our ancestors? How
Yeah,
is it
dude,
better than
I
that?
told you I have a
Well,
story
then you
for
have
gravity. I said unicorns live at the center of Earth, and that's why everything goes towards the center, because unicorns are pulling on everything. That's my explanation. Now, you believe me, right? Because I gave you an explanation.
well, if you say that the unicorns push everything towards the gravity as your explanation, so how come I can believe the other things that you're saying? Like that unicorn story is like nonsense.
Why is it nonsense?
Because of common
You don't believe
sense.
in unicorns, so it's automatically
Well,
nonsense.
do you
It has
believe
to
in
line up
unicorns?
with
If
what
you
you
believe,
believe, right, Andre? Or it's not real? Is that it?
okay, if you believe in unicorns, that's great. I will not judge you.
Why
I will
don't you
not
believe
judge
in
you
unicorns? He proved they
because
exist.
it's not something legit. It's not like common
I
sense. I never.
proved they exist, dude.
Well,
Everything falls.
well, if you show me a
He doesn't
unicorn
understand.
in your
What he's
yard, I
trying to
will.
show you, Andre, he's trying to show you something that your logic uses a fallacy called affirming the consequent. And he's using the same logic. Instead of having gravity, it's unicorns. If unicorns, things will fall.
Well,
Things fall, therefore unicorns. You're saying if gravity, things fall. Things fall, therefore gravity. It's the same logical form. It's the same fallacious reasoning. That's what he's showing you.
if I take unicorns and gravity to compare, like gravity is more legit than unicorns.
In what way?
Well, exactly the way you said. If things fall, means that gravity push
Holy
towards him
crap.
means that
I got my head on
therefore
the
gravity
desk right now.
So if things fall, therefore gravity. Gravity, therefore things fall. Wow.
exactly. It's not the same thing like the
Hey,
density.
guess what mine is? If unicorns, things fall. Things fall, therefore unicorns. We're at a Mexican standstill.
Well, for me, unicorns doesn't seem legit.
So
Me magical.
yeah, to him, gravity doesn't seem legit.
Okay,
Silly,
but
subjective
how come
nonsense. This
density
is what we're talking
can
about.
be
Like you're
legit?
implying subjective, how you feel about unicorns versus how you feel about gravity to determine what's true. Okay, we
Okay,
aren't interested in that. We're interested in what we can prove 100%. Okay, they might have theories about stars, but they'll say, even admit that science doesn't prove things. Science only tells you what's likely to be true, but they have no way to even say whether that's likely or not. Okay, they're just stories. They're just modern day stories. They have no way to prove whether they're true or not. You might like the story. You might like the idea that there's balls in space, that you can fly up there with a rocket and land something on it and drive a little robot around on it. And there's aliens and all sorts of shit. But all that is imagination. Okay? That's all it is. It's imagination. Because if you go out in
okay,
the real world where the imagination does not exist, right? When you're in the jungle and there's a lion stalking you, that's not imagination. You're going to get eaten, right? When you go out and you go into the ocean, right? And there's 50-foot waves crashing, that's not imagination. And when we go out and we do long distance observations and we see 10 times farther than what the globe says we can see, that's not imagination. Flat Earth isn't on this Discord or on a screen. It is out in reality. That is where you have to figure it out, is outside. You can't figure it out in your house. You can't figure it out from your roof. You can't figure it out from an airplane or from the top of maybe from the top of a mountain. But but it's outside. It's in the natural world. And that's all we're telling you is if you go into the natural world and actually check all these ideas, the idea that stands up to the scrutiny of the natural world and aligns with the natural world is the flat earth, and it's not the globe.
Okay. Well, this
That's all we're
seems
telling you. We're not trying to
a
get you to be a
little
flat earther. We don't care. We literally do not care.
okay. This was funny chatting about this subject. Surely I will come back another day to keep trying to understand more.
Yeah, if you want to
Was
know
a
how you can
great
test the
experience.
globe, we can tell you. We can give you a bunch of different tests you can do.
Maybe another time. I surely will come back, and then we'll keep yapping more. If
Yeah,
you're
that's what I
here
said. When you come
in
back, we'll
this
tell
chat.
you some tests you can do. Because we don't
Okay.
want you to just believe us. We want you to prove it to yourself.
Okay. So as I don't know if it was you or another guy say that I'm Neo trying I'm the guy you're looking for, but this was an interesting conversation.
It was.
Surely I
You were
will
pretty
come back
cool.
and then
It got a little contentious, but this topic, people are really into. People get very emotional about this topic. Obviously, if you sat here and listened, when you even came in, you said you want to watch the chaos. You know how this topic
yeah,
is, so you know how it is. It's very contentious.
yes, exactly. But I'm interested in trying to do the proof that you will show to me, right? I will come back and then I will try it another day.
Yeah, okay. It's proof you're going to
Okay,
show
goodbye. Have
yourself.
a good one. It's a pleasure
Yeah, have a good
yapping on.
night or day or whatever it is where you are. Another one that's just asking questions but wants to argue.
I love twisting their shit back on them. They don't even know what's happening to them. They just sit there dumbfounded, like, "What do you mean by that? You just said that to me. I just gave you different wording."
I know they don't even get it. Like that was so funny. He like literally tried to do it again. Like if I do it twice, then it'll become valid.
He literally said, "Yes, that's how you do it. Things fall down. Therefore, gravity. Gravity makes things fall."
Yeah, and he did it after I warned him that that's a logical fallacy, and he still did it. It's like they walk into rakes. That's how Wolfgang puts it. He's like, you keep walking into a rake. Yeah, these guys just hey man, there's a rake right there. You're about to walk into it, and they just keep walking.
I said, "I changed the density of the water, causing the egg to float. What caused the egg to float?" And he just sat there. All you have to do is you changing the density of water. Is all you have to say.
Dude, when you tell them you have a vacuum chamber, they just melt. They don't even know what to say after that.
I know. That's not that fun of a toy either. But it just does debunk everything.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because it removes it from the theoretical back to reality. Like, okay, let's talk about what vacuum does. I have a vacuum chamber, and that's the end for them, right? They can't talk about fantasy spaceballs anymore and what woulda, coulda, shoulda happened in their imagination. They just start talking about what actually does happen.
Yeah, I mean, he said gravity pushes air into a ball in a vacuum. And no, it doesn't. Goes all directions. And then he like smoke started coming out of his hair a little bit.
What the hell? That dude said this is proof that the earth is round. If you don't recognize science, that's another problem. What the fuck?
Oh, there was a video there. I don't know what it was. I got rid of it because he wouldn't answer me.
Oh.
No, you posted up to 24-hour Antarctica, son.
Oh, oh, did he?
That's science.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for somebody how that proves the Earth is round, and all they can say is, "Well, it's impossible on a flat Earth." And I go, "Okay, tell me how it's impossible on a flat Earth?" And they go, "Well, it's impossible on a flat Earth." Like, not yeah, I heard you say that. I want to know how. Because it's impossible on a flat Earth. They just go into a fucking loop, man. You know, I think I just realized that, you know, these guys make claims and then we ask a question about their claim. Like, whatever it is, like, this is impossible on a flat Earth. And they can't actually form a coherent logical argument to back their claim. And I think I just noticed that this is like certainly, it's like a pattern. And I've seen academics when they interact with the public and someone from the public asks them a question and they fumble. I don't think they've ever had to defend their ideas. And because they've never had to defend them, they don't even know like what the rationale is behind even what the rationale behind the claim is in the first place. The best I can get at is how is the 24-hour sun is impossible. The most coherent answer is, well, it's impossible on the Gleason's map. Yeah, okay. How does that disprove a flat Earth, right? But that's all you can get that's like makes any sense out of them, other than just repeating the same thing over and over again.
I think you hit it on the head.
Yeah, it's just, like we have to defend our ideas nonstop, where they just never have to defend it, and then they come in here and it's like they never had to defend it. Yeah, they like never had to defend it before, or actually never thought about what the rational basis for the claim even is. Like the eclipse thing. Oh, that's the shadow of the moon. Oh, how do you know that? They instantly fucking brick, dude. They never ever thought about it in ever. How do I know that's a shadow? They just, they read in the book in school. The shadow of the earth is projected on the moon. I'm like, oh man, awesome. And then, within 7 years, someone goes, hey man, want to see the eclipse? Then they go outside, they look up, they see an eclipse. And then they tell their friends, I saw the shadow of the moon. Or I saw the moon block the sun. Or I saw the shadow of the earth on the moon. They just repeat it. They just repeat the story.
I bet they
didn't even watch
identify
what they were even.
The day. They couldn't.
Yeah.
They couldn't identify the day. Describe the person that told them that, like that, where they got that information from. Nothing. Like, best they could probably do is, I think it was like in school, primary school, probably year 3. Was it Miss Smith? Maybe it was Mr. Johnson. I can't remember.
Yeah, they just show the diagram over and over again. You just like flash the diagram. Yeah, the diagram makes sense, kind of, because they show that converging ray diagram, right? I don't even know how that makes sense.
Yeah.
Are they parallel? Are they converging? And then then they're also diverging and converging at the same time. You're like, but you never think about it. You just like, it is kind of funny that like you're presented with, oh, the eclipse is this, but it's never discussed, right? How the light's actually working, how any of that would actually work. They just show the diagram. They make the claim, show the diagram, and then move on. Man, logical observations got a treasure trove of frickin' globe-tard exposure, man. Holy moly.
So has there been any more flat earth proof? Or is it still all just we see too far?
Never was just that.
You should try and pay attention next time people explain it to you, because if that's all you heard, you might need to unclog your ears with a Q-tip or something.
Yeah, how are you even in here? Are you ban evading or what?
No.
I think you are. Yeah, I'm sure you're not allowed in here, bro. You're a pathetic,
No one said that.
Loser.
pathetic scumbag, bro.
That's a bit rude.
Yeah, well.
What the hell, man?
But it's accurate.
Bye-bye.
If you would just stop
I don't
acting
think
that way, people could call you something different. But right now, it's pretty fucking accurate. Do better. Be a better
Why?
person.
Because I asked if there's anything more than just seeing too far.
You take things
You
out
already
of
know
context.
that you already know the answer to that because you've talked to me personally about it in here.
This guy's saying
In
they
the
hate
other
the way I'm
server.
acting right now. What have I done?
But why are you playing? Because you're playing stupid.
Exactly.
Did you go get the leveling accuracy of the theodolite yet?
Oh shit!
No, I didn't.
Are you ever gonna get it?
No.
Okay, so
I'm
you're just
asking
gonna
if there's
you're
any
gonna
more
make
flat Earth proof.
baseless claims and just continue to make baseless claims forever and ever.
I haven't made a baseless claim.
A baseless claim is claiming that theodolite can do something when you know that you don't know that it can do that.
That I know that I don't know that it can do that. Which is
Yeah.
what?
Measure to the accuracy that you claim it can do.
It's what it says on the spec sheet.
What does it say on the spec sheet?
20 arc seconds.
And what is the 20 arc seconds?
That's the degree
It
of
says the
accuracy.
precision of the instrument. What is that actually measuring? Is it measuring the light, that precision, or is it the precision of the rotational device that's in the instrument? How much that can measure? So there's two different things,
precision.
right? You have the actual mechanical instrument, the mechanical part of the instrument that rotates. There's that measurement precision, and then there's the measurement precision beyond the lens. They're two different things.
Well,
so which one are they
obviously,
talking about?
It's not talking about something beyond the physical device itself.
Oh, okay. So the mechanical part of the instrument can measure that, but the lens does not have that accuracy.
Yes, the lens has that. The lens is part of the device.
You have no idea. You're gonna just start making
The
shit
lens
up
does
as
have that
usual.
accuracy.
How do you know that?
What it says on the spec sheet.
Yeah, but the spec sheet's referring to the mechanical measuring in the instrument. So there's a prism, right? The prism measures level. How much that thing is off level, that's what it means by measuring arc seconds. That's what it's talking about.
No,
That's
it's the
the
accuracy
precision of the mechanical part of the instrument.
the angle.
No, it is because because they didn't just start making theodolites in 2025. They started making them 200 years ago, and that's what they meant, the precision of the angle that could be measured because manufacturing processes weren't as good. That's what they're talking about. They weren't talking about the optics. They were only talking about the instrument itself. Dude, just get the fuck out of here. Cunt.
So if you got a 20 arc second degree of accuracy for your leveling device, apart from the optical, apart from the lens and the tick marks, and apart from the rotational mechanism, if your vertical accuracy to plumb is 20 arc seconds, but you read in all these journals that there's between 20 and 70 degree arc second deflection of the vertical, in some cases an arc minute or more, then how are you supposed to use your device to determine whether or not your plumb line is being deflected?
Yeah, it's a good question. So Neutron asked, what makes Flat Earth not a cult? Well, I'm going to read the definition of cult. Okay?
Oh, yeah, go on.
Yeah. Did they change? So a cult is a group that only hears ideas that reinforce what they already believe, and opposing ideas are not considered.
Oh, sounds like flat Earth too.
Okay, so what was I arguing with myself a minute ago? Even though I was arguing with Mez, wasn't I considering his idea?
I mean,
yeah. Was I considering Mez's idea? The guy that was just in here that was arguing with me.
I just came here. I didn't listen the full.
Yeah. So
I
okay.
just
So
only
then
heard
let
you
me give
calling
you a
him.
reference. We have 8 years of audio of streams of debating people for 8 years. So that's what makes it not a cult. Because we are considering the opposing viewpoint. If we did not consider the opposing viewpoint, it would be a cult.
Keep in mind, we've already demonstrated that we are capable of changing our minds. Most globers come in here, they prove every day that they are incapable of changing their mind about anything. They regurgitate their doctrine.
Yeah, let's ask Neutron. What evidence would you need to get to think the Earth is flat?
Do you want? Okay, let me show you evidences.
No. What evidence would take it for you to change your mind?
What evidence? I mean,
what evidence would change your mind?
I mean, I don't think Earth is
Nothing will change your mind. You're in a cult. Thank you.
As you
Because I can tell you the evidence that'll change my mind. Measurements of curvature. You measure the surface of the Earth curving, boom, I'll go right back to the globe. But you can't tell me. How's that? You're in a cult, Neutron.
He can't even say, oh, if I go up really, really high and see the Earth flat, then I'll change my mind. He couldn't even say that.
I mean, maybe one day. Not because,
You're never going to go up really, really high.
Earth is a globe, but to,
You have no idea if the Earth is a globe. You have no clue of that. Somebody's told you something and you just believed what they said. That's all you know.
So what about the moon? Why are planets a globe?
Oh my God. Okay. Who cares?
You can
is the moon the Earth?
No, but
yeah. So why would you think that the Earth is like? Well, you brought it up. Why would you think the Earth is like the moon?
Do you understand when a Mars,
Why would you think Earth is like Mars? What do they have to do with the Earth?
Mars, not Mars. I'm saying Mars. MASS.
Mass. What's that? Yeah, what's that?
Mass is. What is mass? I mean, mass is the amount of matter, in an.
No, that's incorrect. It's incorrect.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, that's incorrect. Mass is a unit of measure. It's the measure of the resistance to acceleration. That's what it is. Doesn't exist. It has no ontology. Okay, hasn't been defined as the amount of matter since Newton. Do you want me to read it right from the textbook, bro? I'll read it right from the textbook. Max Born, he is a Nobel laureate. I'll read what he said about it. How about that? He won the Nobel Prize for quantum physics. So I'll read his definition of what he says about mass. How? In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concepts of substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning other than that given by formula. It is the measure of resistance to changes of velocity. Max Born, Nobel laureate, Einstein's theory of relativity, Dover Publications, page 33 to 34. So when you say Earth has mass, what does that mean? It resists acceleration? Why would you think the Earth is like Mars or the moon or anything else? I know the answer. You don't know the answer to why you believe it because you're in a cult. You're in the cult of Copernicus because that idea comes from the Copernican principle that says that the Earth has unique position in the universe. So if you believe that, which there's no evidence for, but if you believe the Copernican principle, then obviously, if everything is the same, then when you look at the moon, you go, oh, everything is the same. I look at the moon's round, so the Earth must be round because the Earth and the moon are the same. Mars and
No,
Earth, same.
I'm not saying
So,
this. The moon is round, so the Earth must be round. I'm not saying this.
yeah, you are.
I mean, I'm giving you a reference, right? I'm asking you, why if Earth is flat, why not Moon? Why not Jupiter? Why not planets?
Because they're not the Earth. Because you're not rock. Why not tree? Like, dude, you make no sense. Why
okay.
would it be? I'm asking you really simply, why should it be the same? Why should it?
Arguing with you would be, I'm just here to
Yeah,
learn.
that now you so remember what I was saying earlier? When you guys run out of anything, when you have no freaking answer to our refutation, you talk about us,
Hey,
and
look,
that's what you're
I'm
trying
new
to
to
do
this.
now.
Okay,
Now you're gonna try and
giving you.
insult me because you actually have no arguments.
No, I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just new to this.
Okay.
Watch channel, so I'm just trying to learn what you guys think.
Yeah, and I'm trying to ask. I just asked you a simple question. What about the moon and the Earth are similar that would tell you they are the same thing? Nothing.
Do you know what gravity is?
Oh my goodness gracious, dude. You don't know what gravity is.
Yeah, you definitely have no idea what gravity is. I bet you think it means mass attracts mass.
Gravity, it's a
There's
curvature
clouds
of
in the sky,
space and
therefore the
time,
Earth must be a cloud.
caused by mass.
Obviously. Okay.
Yeah.
So gravity. So is your new argument going to be gravity forms things in like matter into balls? Is that it?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any evidence of this?
Evidence, like I do
Yeah,
have
evidence.
formula,
Like
mathematical
gravity.
formula.
Evidence would be an observation of gravity forming something into a ball.
Yeah, you can clearly see in the sky, right? The moon is.
Yeah, but how do you know that how they
on Earth.
formed, brother? How do you know what formed the moon?
Science.
What?
I mean, how do I know like how moon was formed?
How does anybody know how the moon was formed?
Do you know what physics is?
Science.
Oh my God, I just read Max Born. He's got a Nobel Prize in physics. Yes, I know what physics is.
Hey, look, I just need to take risks.
So look, you know,
I'm still
so you
losing
know
my
that
mind.
physics, Neutron, you know that physics is based upon empirical evidence, right? So if your physics claim is gravity forms things into balls, you need the observation to confirm your hypothesis, right? So
Yeah,
where's the observation?
we do have massive.
Okay, so
telescope,
show us. Post
right?
in the side chat the observation gravity forming things into balls. Ask ChatGPT. Ask anybody. We've done this before. You're not going to be able to find the evidence
I'm
because
sure
there's no observation. It's a hypothesis. That's all it is.
I'm sure the question the question I asked, you have heard it like thousands of times, yeah?
Yeah, all of these. We've heard all of these. You started with a non sequitur logical fallacy, and I decided I was going to entertain it anyway. The logical fallacy is, well, we see planets around, therefore Earth is round. That does not logically follow. In order to think the Earth is like the planets, you need to notice there has to be something similar because the word planet is a category. So why would Earth be in that category? Okay, what are the properties of the objects in that category? You've never observed Earth to have any of those properties. So why would you put Earth in that category?
I
Unjustified.
got
There's no
you.
reason to.
Yeah, I got you. What you're thinking. Yeah. So I have a
Okay, so
question.
then repeat it. If you understand what
believe
he's
in God?
saying, then repeat it.
That might be too difficult. I said a lot of words.
I mean, he's basically saying we can observe other planets, but we can't observe Earth, so we don't know. Right.
Yeah, pretty much. That's close enough.
Yeah. So yeah. So I have a question. Like, do you guys believe in God?
I do.
Uh, like the Christian God, right?
Yeah, why does it matter?
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah, of course I do.
One point before
I mean, are
you move.
these?
The Christian
What
God,
he
I would
was
just say
saying. What?
Jesus.
Hello,
I don't know what the
hello.
Christian God is.
And be careful that you don't set yourself up to be a bigot now.
Jemsy, do you have something to say,
We hear
Jemsy?
you, Jemsy. We hear you, Jemsy.
Jemsy.
Okay, I think I'll mute myself.
It was about the point before, but it's okay. You guys can move on since you cannot move. It's okay.
All right.
I'm shoveling. I'm gonna keep shoveling. Don't worry.
If this is
Yeah,
a good
keep
time
shoveling.
to if this is a good time to break in, hey Yoder, could you repeat what you were saying about the 20 arc seconds on the prism measurement? I missed that, and then
It's not Wild Bill. It's a non sequitur to this conversation.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, dude. You just did.
Yeah. So I
Ask
had
another.
them. Yeah. So I have some questions in the side chat, but I'm gonna repeat them. I just wanted to know, like, if you do believe it that the Earth is flat, have you ever wondered about what the diameter of this Earth is?
It's
And
not a belief.
Why would it have a diameter?
like, if it is flat, so is it like
But why would it have a
infinite?
diameter?
Okay, the length,
I'm
whatever.
asking you, like you're
If
asking
it's
us
a
what the.
circle, if it's
India.
a circle,
Who said it's a
then every
circle?
circle
Spectre,
have a
Spectre,
radius,
Spectre,
have a
wait.
circumference, and
Who
then
said it was a circle?
Can I please
I
ask you a
thought so.
question? Can I
None of
please
us said it was a circle.
So, India, okay. I said diameter because I thought that you would be thinking of it as a circle, but whatever the shape
No.
is there any boundary to it? Is there
We do not know. If I asked you where is the edge of the universe, would you be able to tell me?
obviously not, because this depends on my
Okay.
observation, right? But my
Well,
observation power is it
there's
keeps
no
expanding.
you can't even tell me if it does have an edge or if it doesn't, right? You
Yeah,
can't.
for sure. For sure.
Okay. We can't tell you either. The Earth is not
Okay.
an object inside
And
of
what
something. It's not in a giant vacuum. There is no outer space vacuum. All that is horseshit. It's that's fantasy.
and what about the moon and the sun? Do you have any definition of how big they are?
Well, we see what they are.
But have you
Look, we don't
conceptualized?
look. Listen, we don't make up stories about things we can't prove. Now, there's a story about the sun. It does fusion reaction. It's 93 million miles away. It's made of hydrogen and helium. It's doing the triple alpha reaction. Blah 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 blah.
I
Okay.
don't care about that.
Yeah. Well, listen. Just listen, dude. Don't assume what I'm going to say. That
No, but I
story
never.
is
I
just
don't.
a story and can never be verified.
Indeed, I am
We
not
don't
talking.
go. Why are you over talking me? We don't go into speculation. Anything about the sun and its composition and the moon and its composition and its location, all it's speculation. It can't be proven. We don't care about any of that.
Did you hear my question, or are you just going to say whatever?
You asked me about the sun and the moon, and I'm telling you, we don't care about that
No,
shit.
I
That has
was
nothing to
not.
do with flat Earth.
Indio, I was not asking about the sun and the moon. I was asking
Did you
about
say sun and moon? Yes or no?
Indio. I said how
Did
big
you
are
say
they?
sun and moon? Yes or no?
How big are they?
We
Why are you
record
getting
this,
worked up?
motherfucker.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we record this. Did you say sun and moon? Yes or no?
Are you scared
You
to answer
did.
how big are
So
they?
you were talking about the sun and moon, liar.
Indio.
We can move on. We're gonna just move on because
Yeah,
this
we're
is
just gonna.
counterproductive. So you want to know the dimensions of everything. We don't think the Earth is a circle. Okay, so it doesn't have a diameter. We don't think that the Earth has any particular shape or form. We don't know if it's bounded or unbounded. It's fucking shaped like a jellyfish or a rock or who knows what, whatever a rock shape is. You understand? We don't have an idealized idea of the geometry of the Earth. All we know is that the surface of the Earth is mostly covered in water, and that water measures flat.
Mhm.
Okay? So if the water is flat and not curving, then the Earth itself also must be flat. It's just logic, basic logic. It doesn't matter what the sun, stars, moon do. Whatever they're doing it over a flat Earth. Credit sheepdog.
Hmm. So
Thanks, man.
whatever they're doing whatever they want to do. There is
Yeah,
no.
because we can measure the Earth and tell
Yeah.
for certain whether it's flat or not.
So I'm gonna sum up my
Para,
thought here
Para,
and do.
real quick. Hold on. Do
Can I
you
talk
agree
now?
that if, real quick, it's gonna be real quick. Do you agree that if the Earth measures flat, whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth?
What? Can you say that again, please?
If the surface of the Earth is measured to be flat, that there's no curvature measurable, it's measured flat,
Mm-hmm.
do you agree that whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth?
Hard for me to agree to it just because you're saying it. I can think about it and come back to you.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can think about it, but I mean, if it measures flat, right, that means there's no curvature.
Mm-hmm.
So it's measuring flat, you know it's flat, and then whatever's happening in the sky is only happening over that flat Earth because you measured it flat.
That's a very loaded thing to say, so I'll have to think about it.
Oh my gosh.
Well, if we measure you as 2 meters tall, right? You're 2 meters tall no matter what. Nothing's gonna change that though. Nothing about the lights. You can come up with any physics
Okay.
theory
So
or
can I?
anything. You're always gonna be 2 meters tall. And when we measure the Earth as flat, that is a geometric property that it's always gonna have, no matter what your theory of the sun, moon, stars, lights, and anything is. It can't change it.
Can I?
The Earth
Can I?
is flat.
Oh my God. Who's leaking their thoughts here? Can you please mute
Me,
yourself?
the Earth is flat or
Yeah, Ali, wait up. Let me just finish up and then you can ask the
Yeah, let him
questions.
finish.
Yeah, I just want to sum up the thoughts so that I do carry them along with me. Earth is flat. There is no end to it. There is water beyond.
Unknown.
We don't
Unknown.
know. It could be an end and there could not be an end. Nobody's ever been to the end to find out.
So how? Let me please sum it up, and then please correct me if I have not summed it up rightly. There is no idea on how big the sun is, or the moon is, or how high they are. You said something about 5 degrees. What was that?
0.5 degrees. The
25
visual
degrees.
angle the sun is, right? So the moon and the sun are roughly the same visual angle.
So
Like to give you an example,
half a degree.
Para, to give you an example of the 0.5 degrees, if something is 360 degrees in your view, it's everywhere.
Take a
You
field of view
understand
of a
that?
camera. Field of view of a camera.
Mm-hmm.
If you zoomed in to the sun so that your field of view was half a degree,
Mm-hmm.
the sun would take the entire image.
Okay.
Okay. So
It
the
would be
sun
a
is a
1-to-1
half a
ratio.
degree.
Okay. So that's your model. Cool.
It's not my model. It's what we see. We see this, dude. You can measure it. It's not.
I get it. So that's what you think, you believe, or what you want to say. So
It's what the mainstream astronomy fucking says, dude.
Good. Thank you. I do want to say, Indy, there was no need to call me motherfucker. There was no need for that. Try to control your anger.
Could have called you. Oh yeah. Try to control your unsolicited advice. Because I'm not going to take it.
No, India. I was here to ask questions, right? This is what the VC is for.
No, but you're not here to listen to answers. That's the problem.
No, but you said something and I said something and I was trying to clarify myself and you got very angry because of that. I don't
Yeah,
know
you're right.
why.
Because you're a disingenuous snake, dude, and I can tell. I've talked to thousands of you people. Okay, you're here to ask questions and try to ask gotchas, but look. I could ask you, hey, dude, tell me everything I said you, all the answers, and you're just going to be a complete butchered rendition because you're not actually fucking listening to the answers. You don't actually comprehend what was said to you. What I said to you was that some things, and I'm going to give you a broad overview because I went into specifics. So I'm going to give you a broad overview. Not everything is measurable. Not everything is knowable. we can't actually measure the distance to the sun and check it. You can't take a tape measure from the surface of the earth to the fucking sun and go, oh yeah, our calculation was correct. There's no way to check it. There's no way to know for certain with the distance of the sun or the size of the moon, the sun, any of those things. That's what I was trying to impart to you, that in the modern day, there's a hypothesis about those things, but they can't check it to know if it's actually true or not. They can believe it really hard, but that doesn't make it true. The only way to know objectively whether you have an objective distance is to measure it directly. It's called a direct measurement. I can directly measure your height. I can also look at you through a telescope and measure the angle that you subtend. If I know how far away you are and I know the size that you take in the lens, I can calculate how tall you are, but I don't know you're that tall. Okay? Because there can be other effects that affect the image that you project onto the lens of the telescope, right? So, but if you measure it directly, you don't have to worry about any of that shit. You know exactly what it is. And what I was trying to impart to you is they don't know. They believe a bunch of shit, but they don't actually know it.
So if I cannot measure it exactly, but can I do an approximation?
It's not. This isn't an exact argument. This is direct versus indirect.
No,
It's not about precision or uncertainty. This is about because one has logical assumptions in it, the other one does not. One is deductively reasoned, the other one is inference, induction.
No, but let's say if I try to measure something with a telescope, I can have an approximation, right? It could be with a variance.
How would you measure it with a telescope?
No, he said that you cannot. He can measure it, but then that will
No,
not be
you
right.
look. You're going to calculate with the. You're going to measure something with the telescope, but not the quantity that you want. You're going to measure some other quantity and calculate some quantity, right? That calculation is based upon assumptions about the relationships of the previous quantities. Your assumptions might be false.
So it's like having a statistic, and then instead of measuring actual things to prove your statistic, you're like, oh, I'm going to measure the p-value. That proves my statistic. And you have no actual measurements. You have no actual real numbers.
We do know the speed of light, right? Or even that is something that you do say.
I guess we know the one-way speed of light. Yeah, that's what they say. We know we can measure the one-way speed of light.
Yeah, you can't measure the
But we don't
two-way
know
speed of light.
look, if you're going to say that we know the distances from knowing the speed of light, you would have to know the distance already. Because how do you know what time, like say the distance of the sun? Oh, it took 8 minutes to get to the earth. Well, how do you know what time it left the sun?
Oh, because that's how far away the sun is.
Exactly, circular reasoning.
Okay.
The fact is, they don't know any of this stuff. They're just very confident about telling everybody that they do know.
So basic argument is that we don't know much, so Earth is flat.
No. How did you get that out of everything you've been told? Remember what I said about not listening? Bro, I told you the Earth measures flat. That's how we know the Earth is flat. Because we can measure it.
Avoid the conclusion at all costs.
But we cannot measure it, right? Because it's infinite. We don't know how far the water goes. So we cannot measure it actually.
All right, then how do you think it's a globe if that's the case?
No, I'm not trying to.
Yeah, let's apply the same logic consistently so we don't have double standards.
Yoda, I was just trying to have a conversation.
Can you please answer Yoder's question? It's a very simple question.
No. I don't want to get into conversation.
I know you don't. I know you don't want to.
Because he wants to drive me to try and prove that the Earth is globe. I'm not here for that.
Okay, so then it sounds like you're acknowledging what we've been saying, huh?
Yeah,
that
no.
nobody's measured. That nobody's measured it.
I'm acknowledging that I might not have all the arguments to prove to you that the Earth is globe. That's what I'm
It's not just you. You're claiming that nobody's done this and it's unknowable. So you're sounding like one of us now.
Okay, Yoda. It's okay.
Your refusal to engage speaks volumes.
Look, either look, the surface of the Earth its profile has certainly been measured. Now, either it's been measured flat or curved, or flat
No,
or curved.
So
It
it
has
is
to be one or
measured.
the other.
So it is measured that Earth cannot be measured, and hence it's flat.
What do you mean it cannot be measured? If I take a laser and shine it across the water, can't I measure the distance of the laser from the surface of the water?
No, so see, Indio, when I said that because we don't know much, hence Earth is flat, then you said no, we have measured it to be flat, and then I
Yeah.
said okay, we cannot measure the infinite because we don't know till where the water goes. Hence,
Look,
we
hold on.
measured the
Hold on.
infinity. Hence, we
Yeah,
measured the
well,
infinity,
listen, because
and
but
Earth is
infinite.
flat.
If it was a sphere of infinite radius, it would be flat, dude. Earth would be so big it's flat. Yeah, good try.
This is where the cult claim comes into it, right? When we say you guys are in a cult, because most often when we say we've gone out and we've done tests, right? We've measured the surface of the Earth, right? Over distances where there would have to be curvature for the Earth to be a globe, and if there isn't curvature over that distance, it cannot possibly be a globe, right? And your gravity would be completely debunked as well. So we have those tests, we have
No, but
empirical observations, and we have them ready to present.
how
Right?
can
You
you have
guys don't.
So you guys just said that there is no end to the water, and then you say that you have
Nobody
empirically
said
measured.
that. Nobody said there's
I
no end to
heard
the water.
You said
Nobody.
that.
it is getting recorded.
You said that. You look.
Yeah, it is
You took,
recorded.
you went from you took the I don't know that I said we don't know if the Earth is bounded or unbounded, or what that even means, because no one can. Because you ever heard of Zeno's paradox? This idea can't be proven with geometry, logic, mathematics. That was proven like 2,000 years ago by Zeno. When you start asking about boundaries, then we run into logical problems. So what you're doing when you say, hey, how big the Earth is, you're asking us where the boundary is, where the end. We didn't say it was infinite. We said that this is an unanswerable question. You inserted infinite. But even if the Earth was an infinite fucking sphere, that would be flat.
So you said it goes on. It goes on. I don't know till when. So
Yeah, I don't know means I don't know. It doesn't mean
anyways,
someplace.
But you have not measured it. That means also, right? Because we
It's
don't know.
not measurable.
Yeah, but the DJ
How would I
guy just
measure?
said,
Okay, how do you know the distance between LA and New York right now? How was that measured?
the DJ guy just said that we have measured it to be flat again.
Measuring flat and measuring distance are two different things.
You will only get to know whether it is really flat or are you on a very, very big sphere is till the time you measure everything. If you have not measured
No,
it, you
no.
can.
Why are you holding on to it?
Hold on, no, because we know the property of water. We know that when water's connected, it all does the same thing. See, we're leveraging the fact that the most of the Earth's water or surface is ocean. So because of the physics of water, we know that if we measure the surface of the water, because according to the globe, the water conforms into a ball because of the sphere. We spent fucking time. You brought up the sun, the moon, and this other guy brought up fucking the planets, right? So that's the idea, is that gravity forms everything into a ball. So, okay, it would form this water into a ball because it's a liquid. We should be able to measure the water, and if the Earth is curving, this water will curve on the surface. Well, when we do this, the water's not curving on the surface.
By that logic, you would also deny that there is something called gravity, right?
If you have a hypothesis that gravity forms the Earth into a ball, the test, the measurement would be the confirmation.
Is there gravity or not? Like, do you?
Oh, Jesus Christ!
There's
What do you mean by
9.8
gravity?
meters per second squared, but
What do you mean
that's
by
all you've
What do you
got.
mean by gravity, dude?
Yeah.
You're getting pulled to the surface. Is that
No.
happening or
That's little g, dude. The g that forms the Earth into a ball would be big G gravity.
So you're not getting pulled to the surface, is
But
what
it would still be a No, they're two different things. Yes, things fall. That doesn't mean they fall to the center of the Earth.
Do you get pulled to the surface or not?
Who claimed it?
Yes, I just said yes, things fall. We think falling is.
So if
And
the
it's not necessarily a pull.
if the water has surface tension and the water is getting pulled onto a big sphere.
No. Who told you there's a pull?
God,
Who told you that?
So surface
Look,
tension's caused by gravity now, not like, molecular cohesion or adhesion.
look, brother, it doesn't matter about gravity or any of those things. If that's your theory or your hypothesis, you need to go out into nature and confirm it with observation and measurement. So if your theory is gravity would form the earth into a ball, you would confirm that by going out and measuring that fucking ball.
Mm-hmm.
But when we go out, we don't measure a ball. That means that fucking theory's wrong, dude.
Okay.
I know it's hard to believe that the shit you believed in your entire fucking life is wrong, but that's the case. It's like you guys don't understand how science works. Hypothesis, experiment, theory, right? Hypothesis, gravity forms Earth into a ball. Experiment, measure the Earth. Fucking Earth measures flat. Theory wrong. Real simple.
Do you believe in mathematics?
Stop. Oh my God. Stop asking me what I believe in, dude. Yes, I believe in mathematics as a human endeavor that we all do. Yeah, great. Fantastic. What does that do?
So does that math actually work? Like, do you believe in certain formulas, or do you think that all of that is also not proof?
Okay. No, it's not proof.
Oh, math is not the proof.
Yeah, math can prove math.
Mm-hmm.
Math can't prove things about the natural world.
No, there are certain things that you can do with mathematics, like like let's say if I know the height.
Prove the color purple with math.
I said certain things, not what you say can be proved with math.
Okay, so you can't prove everything with math?
Okay. Is everything done with mathematics a proof of something that exists in the physical world?
My thing would be that please hear me out, and then you can ask me a question.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So there can be a mathematical formula, right, which would, if I know the height and the distance of a sphere or a circle, because it will appear to me as a circle, I can measure the angular diameter of that circle.
Yeah, I know.
Right? We can do that, right?
You can measure the angular diameter without knowing the height or distance. You don't need to know that.
Hmm.
And you said measure. You can calculate those quantities. So this is where you guys get messed up. You confuse calculation with measurement. Okay, you can do calculations about anything, whether real or imagined. But you need real world quantities that insert into the variables if you want to make claims about what the natural world is. That means you need to go out and do measurements. So regardless, like I said, it doesn't change anything. If your hypothesis is gravity forms the Earth into a sphere, you would need to go confirm and validate that whatever formula you used, whatever calculation you used, whatever theory or hypothesis or idea, we confirm it by experiment, observation, measurement. We go out into the natural world to see if all those things are actually true, right? And what we're telling you is you can calculate the Earth to be a sphere. You can calculate it would form into a ball, even though it's actually not a result of the calculations. People that say it is, it's not. But you would still need to go into the physical world and actually measure that that's the case and actually test it.
Okay, so I'll change my sentence.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I get your point. The difference between measurement.
But do you agree with it? I want to know if you agree with the fact that in science is empirical and you have to actually go into the natural world and confirm your theories.
Yep, I do agree to that. But what
okay,
I'm right now
we're trying to confirm the globe theory by measuring the surface of the Earth. We cannot confirm it.
Okay, what I'm asking is that if we are able to use mathematics to find the angular diameter of a sphere, calculate the angular diameter of a sphere, is that possible mathematically?
Yes. It's a simple formula.
Okay. And we cannot apply that to measure the diameter of the moon, or measure, sorry, wrong word, not measure, calculate the diameter of the moon.
You would need to know the distance to the moon. How are you going to get that?
So Do you think that the mathematical
Why
formula?
are you not answering my question? How are you going to get the distance? Yes, I do. I'm very familiar with how you calculate size and distance from looking at things. So you said, hey, can we get the size of the moon? Sure, we can. What's the distance? If you know the distance, you can.
Okay.
What's the distance?
We know
Where'd you
the
get that
distance
from?
because of the time that
So
the light takes to come from the moon.
Oh
no,
boy.
no. I'm not saying that. He's saying
I
that.
started with this, the size distance problem. This has been well known for fucking hundreds of years, dude.
Yeah, I get your point. But what I'm saying is obviously we cannot measure the distance as per you of the moon, and we don't know it anyways. Let's go by that. But let's say if I have a circle which I have just probably from the Eiffel Tower, it's hanging, and I'm at the surface of the Earth. Can I measure the diameter of that circle?
Well, I don't get what you're saying.
So
if you're at the Eiffel Tower,
like imagine that there is a circle that is hanging from a high point, let's say Eiffel Tower, right? And I can be at a certain point and then measure the angular diameter of that circle. But that will be subjective to where I am standing, right?
Yes, of course. It's not really
And
subjective. It's just
right, obviously. And if I move away from it, or if I further travel away from it, that diameter will change because now the distance has increased.
Yeah, great.
Right?
Yeah.
So just like, let's say if you are playing football and a football is thrown to you from the top of the
yeah,
stadium.
yeah. It's called linear perspective. We know all about it, man. You're yeah. Okay.
Exactly. So if that linear perspective is there, we can observe it, right? Without even measuring, I can simply observe a ball, a football, thrown at me from the top of a stadium, which will appear to me as a dot because of the smaller angular diameter.
Yeah.
Because of the distance, and as it comes close to me, the diameter will increase, right?
Yeah.
And
I already know where you're going, dude. I knew fucking 10 sentences ago. So go ahead. We'll entertain your nonsense.
No, it's not nonsense. If you consider my question,
It is because it's not true in all cases. It's not a universal thing.
Indio, I'm just trying to figure out if you have the answer to it. If
The
you
linear
already know the question.
perspective is not true in all cases.
Okay, which are the cases where it's not true? Can you tell me?
When the object is beyond the resolving power of the optic, so for instance, there's a guy, he took a bunch of different shaped mirrors of different sizes, went far away, and they all look like they're the same size fucking circle, even though they're different size shards of mirror reflecting sunlight.
Okay.
Okay. And it's because the angle resolution is beyond, so it just looks like a fucking circle. So yeah, so there's one case.
Cool, I got your answer. Thank you.
So the thing is, you have to adopt this. It's called uniformitarianism or universality, which is a philosophical idea. So you think that the way everything behaves on Earth is the way terrestrially is the way everything is supposed to behave celestially, meaning that things like linear perspective, that rule, when something gets further away, it shrinks. You think that when you look into the stars, that rule is supposed to hold. And because it doesn't hold, they must be very far away, so far away that the rule doesn't hold. Well, there's no evidence for that they're actually far away. And maybe shit just behaves differently in the sky because everything seems to indicate it does. The rays are parallel. There's no parallax. There's none of these other properties of everything we observe terrestrially is completely different. Now, the ancients thought that everything that were different rules of the celestial bodies in the earth, but in the 1400s, some freaking dipshit from Europe decided, oh, we want everything to be the same. So we're going to take all the celestial stuff and we're going to shoehorn it into the terrestrial framework of how we do observations of mathematics. And we'll just add infinities and super fucking huge numbers and claim shit is at astronomical distances. So these things are so small that they're immeasurable. We don't see it because it's immeasurable.
No, but I'm not even
That's what
applying
they've
that.
done historically. I'm just telling you.
Yeah,
I'm
I
giving
get
you a
your
little
point.
education. This is what's happened historically, is that because of the sky doesn't behave like terrestrial objects, they just decided that, well, it's just everything is at such a fucking large scale, we just can't measure it that way.
I get your point. So the
But
angular
there's no
diameter.
evidence for that, dude. Do you understand?
Yeah, so I'm gonna complete my sentence. I was
Okay.
not applying that to the distance of the stars. I was applying the
Or the
angular
sun.
diameter or the sun. I was applying the angular diameter to moon.
Okay.
Because if moon is orbiting the earth, right, or the flat earth, whichever earth it is.
It's not orbiting. There's no such thing as an orbit.
Okay, so how is the moon doesn't move around any
Yeah, it
more?
moves around. Doesn't make it an orbit, means to go around it like in a circle around it.
Doesn't matter. Okay, I'll not use the word orbit. If
The
the
sun
moon,
moves, or the sun and the moon, we see them move. Whether
if it
that
is
fucking motion is a circle or a fucking ellipse or some other thing, I don't know.
okay, whatever the shape of the motion is, but if it is moving, then from a vantage point, that moon will be at certain points in night, be very far away from me than the starting of the night. So in the night, I might be at a vantage point where I'm the closest to the moon, and then through the night, the moon will probably travel far away from me, and then the moon should become small.
Where are you
Because
getting your should from?
mathematics.
Yeah, based upon terrestrial observation, which I just talked about.
This is not, yeah, terrestrial observation of the moon.
No, the moon is not on the earth, right?
Yeah, it's hanging up in the air, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
what do you think it is?
Yeah, it's a celestial object. Celestial objects, all of them, behave differently than terrestrial objects visually.
Mhm. So you think there might be mirrors? Whosoever put the moon over there has.
Where did you fucking get mirrors from? When did I say mirrors?
You were the one who used the word mirrors in between when you were saying that people can think mirrors
No,
can be put and then
I
it
was
will not
give,
appear.
bro. I was giving you an example of things looking like fucking circles, where this linear thing doesn't hold. But we're talking about celestial objects like the moon. Okay, that rule. So, because there's other things about the moon which don't make sense in the modern paradigm. Okay, so I'll give you some examples of reasons why you're saying, hey, the moon should do X, Y, Z, because if the moon was on the surface of the earth, it would shrink as if it was on a road and drove away, it would shrink. So if I see it in the sky, if it transverses the sky at the horizon, it's further away than if it's above my head. So it should shrink at the horizon. That's your argument. Dude, I don't know why you had to use so many words. We already know what your argument is, okay? The thing is, your should has no justification other than a philosophical reason. The philosophical reason being universality.
No, I was not talking about any philosophical reason. I was
It is
talking
a
about.
philosophical reason. You just don't realize it.
No, I don't realize that I was talking about the philosophical reason, but I was talking about something that
Universality. Do you think that linear perspective is a universal property?
I am able to observe the moon and I don't see the moon shrinking
And you shouldn't. What makes you think you should?
because mathematics says so. Look in the side chat.
Because mathematics says so. Not if the rays of light are parallel. Right? If the moon is so far away, let's say the moon is a million times further away than they say, and a million times larger. The distance, the change in distance is so small that it wouldn't change angular size visually.
Okay. So that's what the thing is. So you're saying that the distance change is so small, or either the
Oh
moon is
my
so far
God,
away.
dude, you're not listening. I
I'm
gave you an
listening to you.
example where you're another example of the thing you're talking about isn't true.
I have in the side chat two pictures, the formula and the representation at the bottom on what I mean when the moon is far and when the moon is away. And the code is also calculating the diameter of the moon on how when it will be closer to me, it will be bigger, and when it will be no matter what the distances are. I've taken some random distances. You can change the distances because mathematical formula will calculate, and the shrinking will be based on the percentage that these two pictures are showing. I
Okay,
will see
maybe
the
this
moon.
will make you understand. Why should we be applying that formula?
Okay, so I got your point. So because we don't know anything and we won't apply any formula, hence the
No, why should we be applying that formula? Maybe there's a formula to apply. Why that one?
okay. So Indio,
Answer the fucking question.
You're getting angry, Indio,
And you're goddamn right. Answer the fucking question. Why that one?
because that's
You're
the
not getting a
formula.
free one, dude. We don't have sacred cows in here. So why that one?
So now you are on to that, Indio. Oh my God.
No, sacred cows is saying, dude, that you assume something's true and it's unquestionable. Why that formula?
Counter his argument. Don't shout, bro.
Shut up, dude. Tone police bitches. Shut up. Really simple. Why that formula?
So Indio,
Why are we applying that formula to the moon in an observer on Earth? Why?
because that's the angular diameter formula.
That doesn't tell me why.
You won't know why because
That is the same formula that
because-
is used to make
because
cars. That is the same formula that is been used.
That's not
to
a
make
why,
airplanes.
dude.
That is the same.
Do you know what the
that
word
is
why
the same
means?
formula that is
I
used
want the.
everywhere.
Listen, dunce. I want the justification for why to apply that formula. Not just because everybody else does it. Not because I want to. I want the actual justification why. Why would you apply that to the moon, given the fact of observations of the moon, and the fact that there's no parallax? Why would you use that formula?
because that's testable. You can use it by hanging a sphere or a circle cut out from a paper right on
Is that the
roof of
moon?
your
That's
house.
still a terrestrial observation. We're talking about the moon. There's nothing you can do on Earth that will give you parallel rays. Okay?
Exactly.
But the moon does have them.
So the Earth is flat because we don't
Oh,
know
the
anything.
moon does have them. You're comparing apples to oranges. Don't you get it? This is like, are you listen, I'm going to say this for the fucking 100th time. Nothing about the celestial objects behaves like on Earth. So using terrestrial examples to justify using those terrestrial examples on the moon doesn't work. It doesn't work because the observations of those objects are not the same. Like you said, we can hang a picture of the moon and we can move around, and that changes size.
So the point is
right?
that I get your point. The point is that because we don't know anything and we don't believe in math or
No, that's a straw man.
hence the Earth is flat.
No, that's a straw man. That's where you guys always go. That's all you ever have. It's a straw man. You
now
can't
you're
actually
behaving-
ever address the argument, and you have to straw man that I said we don't know anything, and that's why the Earth is flat. No one fucking said that. I already told you why we think the Earth is flat because it fucking measures flat, and you don't want to address that.
By the amount of F-bombs and your anger, now you're behaving like a cult.
What did I say? What did I say to you? Repeat back to me what I said to you just now.
You're behaving like a cult.
Yeah, no, not what you just said. What I just said.
I don't listen to people using.
Exactly. You don't listen. What did I say earlier? That you don't listen. You called us to be in a cult. I said, what did I say a definition of cult was? Where other viewpoints. Oh, he's deafened. Well, I'll just say it to everybody else. Where other viewpoints are not considered. What did he say? I'm not listening. That's a fucking checkmate, bitch.
Yep, he's proving to the world that he himself is part of a cultic belief system. He's in the Copernican cult.
Yeah, you just proved you're in a cult because you said you're not listening, and that's what a cult is.
Yeah.
Other viewpoints are not considered. Remember?
Yeah.
You by not listening, you admitted that you don't consider my viewpoint.
Anyways, India, thank you for the chat. You abused
Yeah,
me.
anyway.
Okay, that's what you are.
Yeah, rub that butt cream on Yoder. He needs an extra dose.
It's going to cost extra to ship to India.
AG, you gotta cue the butt cream song.
I think I.
You got it. Aethergrass made a Yoda's butt cream song. It's freaking hilarious. It
He
only
thought
goes
me
for
saying
about a
sacred
minute.
cow was a racist comment. It fucking
Ah.
used it. I mean, I guess I'm sorry that he took it that way, but that's not the way I meant it.
Did a comment
Ladies and
sing
gentlemen,
online? Did your feelings cross a line? Got a little salty steam? Reach for Yoder's buttercream. Yoder's buttercream for all your butthurt needs. Oh yeah, smooth it on, feel so serene. Only $39.59 for Yoder's buttercream.
Order now.
Yeah, one annoying thing with debating with some of these people from certain cultures, they have this saving face culture, and when they're wrong about something or if they're in fault, they will never admit it. They will go to any length to just defend they didn't do it, blah blah blah, trying to save face. Super common.
I mean, what is the right way to respond to that? I mean, if it really is some I don't want to take them through like a humiliation ritual.
Oh no!
I mean, is there a way to like let them save face? Like,
nah, screw that. Screw that. Call them out. Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
like, he just like
we're not-
hoist them up there by their petard, display them around the whole town. Look at freaking dimwit right here. I think it's funny though. He came in saying we're a cult. Well, Newton, his buddy there, Newton.
You guys flat earthers?
Yeah, so are you, buddy. Welcome.
No, not exactly. I mean, it's nice to meet you. You guys are a rare breed, very rare breed. I mean,
Why do you say you're not a flat earther?
because I'm not a flat earther, man.
And is that because you don't believe it, or because the Earth actually is not flat?
No, it's because I've been up to space myself and I've seen that it's a sphere.
Well, so that's typical that you have to go straight to lying. It's crazy.
Well, if I'm lying, I went straight to space and I've looked down.
Yeah,
and I was like,
you have to lie
yeah,
because you don't
yeah, I
actually
think that-
have any globe
yeah,
evidence.
that thing's a sphere.
Doesn't that make you feel good that you have to lie because you have no globe
I'm not
evidence?
gonna lie to you.
And then Yusuf, here's the funny thing: is people like you will ask us,
a little bit dented. You know what I mean? It's not a
yeah,
perfect sphere.
like your skull.
Sorry to lie to you guys. It's like a little bit of a circle, a little bit of a
So
sphere.
it's really funny that
when you go
guys, you're the type of person, you're the first person to ask why would
if
they
you start
lie?
looking towards Mexico, you'll see that there's a little bulge.
Yeah, you'll
sticking
just
out
go on
top.
mute. Xbox, dude. Yeah, so really simple.
No, I'm
why are
willing
you the
to have a
type of why?
genuine debate with you.
Yeah, shut up, dude.
Love to have
Look,
a debate. Are you?
Did you even? I'm not trying to debate you. I'm trying to show this chat and
Yeah,
the
we
people
can
on
have a
YouTube
debate. I mean,
that you don't
my belief
actually have any
is-
arguments to support the
I
goal.
do have a couple arguments, but fucking
So it's funny that you'd be the first person to ask why would they lie when you came in and the first thing you said was a lie. Why did you lie, Yusuf?
Who's to say I'm lying? What's even your groundworks of the flat Earth, anyways? Have you been up to space yourself, and have you seen that it's flat?
There is no such thing as outer space.
Oh, okay.
So do you have evidence that there's a thing in outer space other than watching the screen?
You have any evidence to say that there's no outer space without watching a screen?
Yeah. The
What's your
second law of
evidence?
thermodynamics. That's my evidence.
Okay, spit it out.
Okay, second law of thermodynamics dictates that high pressure goes to low pressure. They claim that space is a nearly infinite fucking vacuum. We also know that we're breathing air, and they also say that there's no barrier between our air and that vacuum. Second law says our air fucks off into that vacuum and we all die. Well, we don't all die. Okay? So there can be no outer space vacuum. Second law of thermodynamics has no known violations, and there's no way freaking around it. Literally, no way around it. So my argument is a natural law. Okay, what's your argument that space exists other than someone told me it?
Okay, well, first of all, on the topic that you made up, not made up, you brought up. Sorry, I'm playing GTA right now. I'm just yapping. I thought I'd come in here and fucking yap a little bit to you guys. Yeah. So obviously, what was that thing about aerodynamics? What was that? Say it again, please.
Thermodynamics.
Okay. Thermodynamics.
Can you have gas pressure without a container?
So the point you're trying to make is that there's literally there's no outer space vacuum. Is that what you're basically?
Yes, exactly.
Well,
not that it doesn't exist, that it can't exist, that it's physically impossible.
Well, it's not physically impossible, is it? I mean, if
Yeah,
there's no vacuum in outer space, I mean, satellites clearly wouldn't fucking stay in orbit, would they? I mean,
what satellites? The ones you saw on TV?
I mean, fucking GPS, satellites, TVs, weather systems, like the things you use
Why do
every
you think
single day.
GPS is in outer space? Well, why do you think GPS? Yeah, so why can't you actually answer? So why do you think GPS is homed in outer space?
Like gravity keeps space, isn't it? Like,
oh my god, you're like a fucking NPC.
I mean, I'm just saying, like,
dude,
the higher
you need a deeper dialogue tree.
I gave you like a fucking I gave you a fair point. I mean, fucking, it's like.
And I'm asking you. Look, no, you said something,
you
and now I'm
wrong,
like asking for the evidence for the thing that you claimed.
Listen. Well, evidence doesn't work with people like
no, hold on. No, you think claims are evidence. See, that's the fucked up thing, is you think your claim of truth is the evidence.
If I brought up exact evidence, you would say you made it up. It's fake. It's whatever.
No, that's just your cope. That's just your cope, bro.
When you make up evidence, apparently it's like the fucking truth. Where'd you get your
evidence? Have I made up? You make a lot of accusations that are completely fucking baseless, based upon nothing, dude.
Well, I could say the whole thing about the flat Earth community. I think you guys are felons.
Yeah, okay. I could say the same thing about you. Are you 10? Are you 10?
No,
you're acting like a child.
I'm gonna open up.
I know you are, but what am I?
Just for you, pal. Just for you. Just for you.
You're like a child, bro. Your intellect is childlike. It's really simple. Your whole entire worldview comes from a fucking screen.
I mean, I can't argue with someone who says gravity doesn't fucking exist. It's clearly fucking obvious.
What do we mean by? Hold on, Yusuf. What do we mean by when we say gravity doesn't exist? What does that mean? When we say it.
Believe me,
you don't even understand it. So you're just stupid. You're just stupid. Just go on mute, dude. You're too dumb to talk to. Too fucking low tier, man. Anybody else want to talk to him? I'm on mute. I'm not talking to fucking bozo like him.